We are live and we are direct. Broadcasting on a full moon. So stay tuned, buckle in, and get your things together. Take out your notes and prepare for the ride. This is the Society of Luminaries. And let's see if the brethren have a chance or decide to jump in.
Let me tell you, if you are not a conspiracy theorist, by now, it's because
you are not intelligent.
They wasn't ready for this back then. They probably not ready for it now. Those that sleep forever gonna be sleep. Those that woke.
Yo soy la reencarnación de Tupac Amaru.
Wait, what?
De Tupac Amaru.
Tupac.
Yo soy la reencarnación de Tupac Amaru.
That's lit.
De Tupac Amaru.
Gang. Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun. Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun. They sold us the illusion of democracy and freedom. Now they worry that my music has the power of healing. Unleashing all the demons that the TV and their lies. They rule by secrecy, why do you think justice blind? Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun. Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun. They sold us the illusion of democracy and freedom. Now they worry that my music has the power of healing. Unleashing all the demons that the TV and their lies. They rule by secrecy, why do you think justice blind? Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun. Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun.
Soy la reencarnación de Tupac Amaru.
That's hot.
De Tupac Amaru.
That's hard.
Yo soy la reencarnación de Tupac Amaru.
Too real.
De Tupac Amaru.
I know you've been patiently waiting, miseducated, anxiously aching for a blue eye to say it, but I'ma do you a favor. Unlearn what you've learned, the proof is on fire, let that motherfucker burn. Babylon's on fire, the devil's a liar, they know that they time's up, so rise up and rise up.
Soy la reencarnación de Tupac Amaru.
That's fire.
De Tupac Amaru.
More fire.
Soy la reencarnación de Tupac Amaru.
That's lit.
De Tupac Amaru.
Gang. Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun. Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun.
They sold us the illusion of democracy and freedom. Now they worry that my music has the power of healing. Unleashing all the demons that the TV and their lies. They rule by secrecy, why do you think justice blind? They sold us the illusion of democracy and freedom. Now they worry that my music has the power of healing. Unleashing all the demons that the TV and their lies. They rule by secrecy, why do you think justice blind?
Soy la reencarnación de Tupac Amaru.
Hold up.
De Tupac Amaru.
Wait, what?
Yo soy la reencarnación de Tupac Amaru. De Tupac Amaru.
Okay.
Is there a crisis in the United States when it comes to mental health issues? Absolutely.
Just a test. Microphone. Hello. Please listen to my demo. This whole world is a ghetto.
Or is this world a mental hospital? Or is this world a mental hospital?
Insane asylum, crazy house, loony bin. Or is it a prison? This world's a mental hospital. Or is it a plantation? This world's a mental hospital. Or is it a farm? This world's a mental hospital, or is it a program?
Let me tell you something.
The first law, it's all mental. Prepare for the winter, for survival. And these rifles, we ain't gon' speak about it. If you knew better, then you do better. That there just ain't set. That there just ain't set. The frequency and the energy. That's just how we rock. I spit this game, crystal clear. Your distance don't come near. Come near. I've been at this social distancing even before I was a teen, even before it became a thing. We just called it sucker free. My folks just called it sucker free. The streets just called it sucker free. This is just a test. This is just a what? Microphone check 1 2. Microphone check 1 2. Hello, hello, hello. This is just a test. This is just a who? Microphone check 1 2. Microphone check 1 2. Hello, hello, hello. This is just a test. 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 Please listen to my demo. This whole world is a ghetto. Or is this world a mental hospital?
I'm your host here in Insane Asylum World.
The mental hospital. Or is it a prison?
The whole world's crazy.
The mental hospital. Or is it a plantation?
All of us are
The
nuts.
mental hospital. Or is it a farm?
The whole world's crazy.
The mental hospital. Or is it a program?
All of us are nuts.
The mental hospital. Or is it a school?
The whole world's crazy.
The mental hospital. Or is it a battlefield?
All of us are nuts.
The mental hospital. Or is it a hell?
The whole world's crazy.
The only thing that's gonna get you to leave this place is love.
Welcome. Like I said, we live and direct. Told everyone to hit the notification bell because there is no rhyme nor reason. Sometimes we just jump on because spirit leads us, or it's just a sign of the times. It's very much needed. Like the title says, we are still setting the tone. It's very important that everybody every day keep doing what is necessary, what must be done in order to continue the impulse for that positive change that we're building. Remember that nothing happens just out of the blue or out of nowhere. Things take thought, then they take action. What is that one saying or mantra or idiom? Protect your thoughts, because your thoughts become words. Your words become actions. Your actions become habits, and your habit becomes your destiny. That's why I be very mindful now of the words that I say. And I try to tell brothers and sisters to be mindful of the words that we use to describe the things in our environment. The problem is many times that it's not our fault. Many of us are speaking the conqueror's language, whether you like it or you don't. Now, which are those conquerors? 1 is English, 2 is Spanish, 3 is French, and either in whatever order that you may that's debatable, whatever you want to see. I'm just saying that those are the languages, and we can go to other languages and so forth. It's all time and space. But if you're breathing, if you're alive, hey, it depends on your perspective. Is that good? Is that bad? There's some people that want to escape this realm. Other people, are happier than shit. There is another saying that ignorance is bliss, and I find that very true. I find that phrase to be very accurate. That the people that are most ignorant and not knowing about, not knowledgeable, not knowing, they're the most happy, going on a day-to-day cycle, just being very joyful. And the opposite, I believe, is also true. People that know a lot, they're lightweight depressed. Knowing what the time is. I mean, if you don't know, some people don't believe that there's an oppressor. Some people know that they're being oppressed. So this life is very interesting. That's why I like to talk to people, get to hear their perspectives. Um, not always, because like I said, after a while of talking to the same people about the same things, it gets very frustrating or annoying to hear the redundancy, what I mean, of certain philosophies and views. And I know for a fact from my experience that I or my philosophies kind of rub sometimes or rub the wrong people the wrong way. Because remember, I'm not trying to fit in. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to fit in your cliques, your gangs, your crews, your cultures, or societies. You know, I didn't come to this earth to fit in. I came to stand out. And that rubs some people the wrong way. And I don't mean stand out in the wrong way just because, I'm trying to be different. No, I ain't trying to be different, you know. But at the same time, if I find, harmony, oh yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to fit in with harmony and nature and righteousness and wisdom. So everything, this whole world and everything is about perspectives, how you see things. You know, like one of the brothers say, it all depends on your level of education. You know, I could bring it to the back to the etymology about nice. Some people are trying to be a nice guy. Some people are trying to play nice. Some are trying to be the nice individuals. Maybe they don't know what the word nice means, because if they did know what the word nice meant, maybe they wouldn't want to be nice. You know. And I done told you guys before, don't come over here looking for nice. You know. I recommend that you guys go look up and follow the progression of the two series that we got going on. One is the war series, that those are more, videos. And then the one we're doing live is the psyops series. And I didn't have those intentions of going into the psyops, but we got to it, and we're gonna go through it, further and further, deeper and deeper. And right now we're just skimming the surface. Basic Wikipedia. What is the psyops? That word is very it's trending. It's trending, and we done talked about it. That the psyops is basically psychological operations. It's a military term, and we done brought into it the matrix. That all this correlates with everything else. You know, so just like they're using psychological operations, well, we are too. You know, we have to be the balance to this whole to this realm. There that is a one. I believe in law, universal law and natural law, and there's the law of duality. You know, the law of duality is the dual nature of things. of this realm. That's why me in my new personal opinions, I used to try to be one way, but now I understand that, just 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 continue your path, because there is a balance. you know there's a balance, and it's cyclical nature. So like I say in that one bar of the song, uh it takes time. There's a lot of things that is necessary for success or for triumph or for victory. It ain't just one thing. It takes a whole lot of things to come together. you know so in my personal view now, every day, in every way, you know improving, getting better, doing things better, or trying to understand things better. But you got to have that. You got to understand that there's a divine timing to everything that goes around us. I like to say, uh, uh, even when I'm late, I'm right on time. You know, some people be rushing uh, to get somewhere, or rushing to um, to get a job done. And sometimes, well, that word rushing is never a good. The word rush is never a good word. It has negative connotations. Rush means uh, to do things quickly and abruptly. It doesn't mean consciously or strategically. It's just to get it done. So I try to avoid those terms and terminologies. And I just let it flow. Like that Bruce Lee saying, "Be like water." You know, if anybody out there knows what is, out of the four elements in this realm, what is the most potent in this realm? What element? Anybody out there know? Because a lot of people know about the four elements. If you look into other systems, like the Asiatics, they have like five elements. And I guess you could break it down in different ways. That's the good thing about studying different cultures in the world, you know is that you learn what are things that are similar, and what are things that are totally different, and how two different cultures might see the same thing. Like, for example, in dreams, reading dreams. There was a case that happened to me, that uh, a brother had woke up from a dream, and he hit me up, and he was like, "Hey, bro, I just had the craziest dream." And I was like, "Is that right?" And it was like, I had the dream that my grandfather, who I haven't seen in quite some time — I don't remember the exact time, but it was years, right? He was like, and he kept telling me about the dream. And he was like, my grandfather in the dream, he was some distance away, and he was just waving at me. And he was telling me that. And what kind of a coincidence is that just recently I had just finished reading a book about dreams. And in the book, that's why I value books, because I'm not those ones that believe that that you don't have to read books, that everything's already in us. I mean, I know that the possibilities are already in us, but if you don't polish those skills or learn about those talents, then you might never even know that they exist. So in the dream, it had stated some testimonies, I guess. I don't remember exactly what was in the book, but it said that many people around the world have testimonials similar to that when relatives die and they don't have the opportunity to say farewell in person, then they find a way through dreams. And a lot of people said that. So I told him that. I was like, you know what? From my real limited information, what you're telling me sounds like what I just read recently. And I told him that, just like I'm telling you guys. If you believe in dreams, hit the like button, share, tell a friend to tell a friend, and hit the comments up. So this brother, after I told him that, he went straight to the phone. And I guess he called home. And when he came back, he told me, bro, you're not gonna believe this. And I was already kind of like, suspecting he was gonna say something, and he was like, they just told me that my grandfather passed away just last night, the night before, when I was having the dream. Him telling me, right? And I was like, word. I didn't feel no type of way because, I just, and this was many moons ago. But I'm glad I had that experience, because I'm sharing it now with y'all, and it stuck with me. So do you believe that that's a coincidence? That brother was miles away, had no contact, didn't know what was going on, had a dream. In that dream, his grandfather, which was dear to him, because I asked him, were you guys close? He was like, yeah, we were close. That his grandfather died without him knowing, and he had a dream that his grandfather appeared to him in dream, and from a distance was waving his hand goodbye, farewell. When he woke up, told me the story. I told him what I thought, what was going on. I didn't wish death upon his grandfather, nothing like that. I just, like I told you, like I'm telling you guys right now, I was just relaying the information that the book had dropped on me. So he called home. They told him I don't even like to say bad news no more, because I don't think I don't see death like they taught us, to see death like something negative. I don't see it like that no more. And that's why I believe knowledge is very important, and that we also try to tap into different sources of information. So he was surprised. I made him a believer in that. I think he was kind of seeing me after that. He was looking at me like I was some kind of shaman or witch doctor, or what I mean, dream teller or something like that. So in the book, another thing that was very interesting, what it says was that other people can't really read your dreams per se, because dreams are another language. Dreams speak a language of their own. Dreams use the language of symbolism, where you need to be paying attention to what's going on, peep and read the signs, and interpret accordingly. That's why a lot of people struggle with that, even in this realm. A lot of people don't peep the symbology of things, but they're everywhere. The opposition, the enemy, oh, they love putting signs out there. They love telling you through movies and videos and the music industry. They're like gang members. They love throwing up their gang signs. They love throwing up their gang signs and their numbers and their letters and their gang symbolism and terminology and colors. They just love doing that, because they're banging on you. I think it's time. I think it's time for the righteous to bang back. I told you on many other videos, we bang on the beast over here. That's why I don't rock with a lot of well, let's just call them civilians, man. Civilians are what me and the other brother Mesh was talking about. When we talk about the sheep, right? Since I'm on the topic, let's get that straight. When I talk about sheep, I don't know when everybody else talk about sheep, right? But when I talk about sheep, it ain't. I'm not. It's not derogatory, or that I feel better than somebody else. You dig? It just is what it is. To me, the sheep is more like the civilians. You know what I mean? A civilian doesn't care to get into the war. You dig? That's why. Do you know the only time that citizens, or let's just say United States citizens, should and must be paying taxes? Because they are 100% correct. Those that they should not be paying taxes. Oh, no, no, no. But there is a time when civilians should and must be paying taxes, and that's in times of war. In times of war, civilians should pay taxes because they're not in the battlefield. They're not in the middle of the bang bang. So what can a civilian do to still be, a part of the victory, of the triumph? Break bread. Break bread like Jesus said. Pay like you weigh. While the soldiers and the generals and everyone else incorporated, is in the middle of the operations or the theater, because that's war terminology. The civilian should keep working, keep running the society. The buses must run, the trains must run, the taxis must taxi, or Ubers, or the Lyfts, or whatever you want to call them nowadays. That's the time when civilians should pay taxes, not how they've had people for the last, my whole lifetime. I was born into this mess. I'm just glad that I see things different. I am so much in gratitude, and I want to appreciate, the opportunity that I have right now, because just to be broadcasting and be live right now, a lot of things have to fall into place. So I live in a state of gratitude. I see, even though I believe we live in a hell, this realm, I could see the beauty. And that's where I believe, the righteous are in that paradox. So if this broadcast, this message comes across your algorithm, and you click on it and you listen, and maybe you might not vibe with it at that point in time, but I hope it sparks something in you, sparks that change, because it did for me at one point, once upon a time. Once upon a time, I spoke nothing of the sort. I was into other businesses and other dealings, under other endeavors. But I'm glad as shit that I feel comfortable and in peace with myself, with my soul, with my spirit, with my purpose. I think other brothers and sisters are haven't got there yet, but they probably still banging for the wrong reasons. So there's still a lot of work to be done, and we try to talk about these issues here. We try to at least address them, right? Because you cannot correct the problem if you don't see a problem. That's why these dialogues are very important. That's why, I hope some of y'all are when you're combing through the internet and through YouTube, I hope those right algorithms and the right videos, they come across your channel, your path. But also, there's that other element that you have to click on them, and then once you click on them, you have to listen to them. This life is a process, and a process does not mean overnight. A process takes time. Process takes work. I'm very caught up in this whole process of building, and um I said recently, sometimes, before we can build, we have to destroy, remove, and eradicate. I have a great deep appreciation for past inventors that created a lot of things in this realm. You know, I think a lot of people don't even pay attention that everything around us, you could just look around you, and everything that's around you, somebody had to first invent and then create. You know, that's why this process that I'm in, it started a long time ago. You know, I have a deep appreciation to also these builders of society. You know, a lot of people go to these major cities all around the world, these metropolises, and they see, you know, these skyscrapers and buildings and roads and streets and street lights, and they're in awe. But sometimes we fail to realize that it wasn't always like that. You know, it's similar to the story of Las Vegas. You know, what was Las Vegas before it was Las Vegas? Because today, in the last, you know, last decades, you know, Las Vegas is a mecca. People from all around the world come to Las Vegas for multiple reasons. But I don't know if some of y'all know the story and the history of Las Vegas, the origin. How Bugsy Siegel was ridiculed, laughed at, mocked because he had this idea. I think there was other people around, other people with him too. I don't think it was his alone. I might be wrong. I haven't looked into that story like that. But the point of the story is now, you know, back then it was, you know, it was just straight desert, and now it's this oasis, this city where shit, they even have the Las Vegas Raiders now. I think they just got there what, last year, you know. So it's, I salute those that turn nothing into something. I salute those that can make the best out of a negative. You know, it takes a lot of work to change and mold your environment. It's it takes a lot of knowledge. A lot of people got intentions, you know, and everybody has wants and desires. I want this, I want that. Want. And then when they get, they want more. But that's just more like greed. But that childish want, that I want this, I want that. You know, and sometimes what we want it because we've been molded or influenced. I'm glad y'all tuning in to this new influencer on YouTube. Yeah. I'm an influencer. See, yeah, some of y'all probably think that's like a new term. Nah. Some of y'all think, oh, he's an influencer. It means, you know what I mean, talking about makeup or other things on YouTube. I've been an influencer since before YouTube was even existed. I was influencing. Also, I was being influenced also too. I was being influenced upon. You know, that's where, you know, a lot of us have a similar story, right? I was talking to my family earlier, and I told them, why do you think many people from certain generation, our generation, why so many people were in gangs, in jail, on drugs, uh, uh this and that and this. What was going on? Was it a sign of the times? Who dropped the ball? Because I don't play the victim role. Sometimes I gotta clear things up with certain people, because these things need to be talked about. But to the other person, it sounds like, oh, he's venting, he's ranting. He wants to blame somebody. Nothing of the sort. I do want to talk about it, dialogue with other people that might help to find keys to success. But like I told you earlier, before you can correct a problem, you got to identify a problem. And that's why there's so many people still lost in the sauce, because they don't see a problem. A lot of people don't see a problem with watching sports. How can that be a problem? Sports is healthy. They don't see a problem being a sports fanatic to any team. A lot of people don't see a problem with so many things that people see innocent. Watching TV, just for example, right? A lot of us also come from a generation where we was raised on TV since we were itty bitty. A lot of us were literally raised by the television, not the parents. Papa was a Rolling Stone, and Mama was, working somewhere, doing what she had to do. A lot of us had single mothers, you know, and that's why I'm a protector of women. Not as general, because if a woman is out of pocket, then she out of pocket. I can't, what I mean? I can't stand the woman that's out of pocket. Keep it real with you. Yeah, this is the society of luminaries. This is the right place to be, what I'm saying, to be real. When you jump on here and you get the microphone, yeah, you could be real. Just don't be wrong. So I do believe that women have been misguided, misled. That's why I always bring up Edward Bernays. A lot of people don't know who that is, but a lot of people know who Hulk Hogan is. A lot of people know who Messi is. A lot of people know who Leonardo DiCaprio and just random people that's just coming to mind, but not who Edward Bernays is, because he's a best kept secret. You're not supposed to know of him for a reason. I was wondering today. I was trying to remember if in school they ever mentioned the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers. Now, I didn't pay attention in school. Thank God. They didn't indoctrinate me like that. What I know now is because I didn't put two and two together. and started hitting them books. And also the Most High, you know what I mean, gave me the spirit. This is my destiny. But I put in the work. You know, so learning somehow, some way, came across this Edward Bernays. And one of his, I think, most popular books is called Propaganda. And going through the language route, learning about words, I learned that word propaganda is frowned upon nowadays. Because back in the 70s, or you know, around those time, propaganda was it was just a regular word. You know, through the years, it came to get this negative, you know, negative connotation to it. Yeah, that's a topic we're going to get into when we get, you know, further down the studies, further down the course, further down the dialogue. When we, you know, when we go through a lot of the basics, yeah, we're going to get into connotations and denotations. Yeah, a lot of people don't know what the hell they talking about. A lot of people use words because we have to use the words. They are tools, but we're repeating, we're regurgitating words that we were taught. It's not our fault. Just like I'm a protector of women, I'm a protector of children too. And we are the children. You know, a lot of us are still in that type of mindset. So, you know, he wrote the book Propaganda, Edward Bernays. Now, you go look into to who he, you know, who he was related to and all this, it gets deeper and deeper, but it all starts to make sense when you start researching out of your comfort zone. When you stop reading what you're comfortable reading and really reading, you know, maybe what they told you not to read. Because Edward Bernays is another person that I never remember mentioning him in school. Why would they? Why would the enemy teach you to be your best self? Why? Why would the enemy teach you how to overcome? Why? See, sometimes when you start understanding the enemy and his goals, his mindset, his MOs, then you start also having some type of freedom. Like, okay, yep, that makes sense. Okay, yeah. Why would they? And then maybe you start getting some kind of responsibility. Like, you know what? Maybe it is time for me to you know, put this down and pick this up. Because we need to change this narrative. We need to change this tone. We need to change a lot of things that has been going on for too long. I know I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one speaking like this. I'm not even going to toot my own horn like I'm this great philosopher or this or that. To me, this is like common sense now. This is like, you know what I'm saying? And there's many more other people that know much more than me in different fields. Maybe they don't have it all together, because I know that there's some people that know a lot about a certain subject, but are lacking in many other subjects, you know, because we need all types of people. You know, like I was talking to the brother Manny a while back, you know, that I was surprised, you know, because I thought that, you know, in the military all there existed was soldiers. And I say these testimonies because I believe that there's other people like that still, that in their mind, when they hear military or war, the visions, the ideas that conjure up in their mind are soldiers and grenades and tanks. But I was surprised when in the military there's secretaries, nurses, doctors, engineers, people dealing with electronics and mechanics, and basically the whole spectrum of careers and types of people. You know, to make a change, we really need to have a paradigm shift. But I believe that these days and times that we're dealing with a new matrix coming about. This is not a fluke, like I told you about the psyops. You know, it's not a fluke, but we need to understand that we're dealing with outside influences. That's why I always tell people that to check those ideas and wants that we have in our mind. I'll give you a testimony, me being vulnerable out here today. I almost bought some French fries today. Went to the counter, looked at the French fries, and the thought was there. I was like, fuck it, man. You know what I mean? I love French fries. I think a lot of people love French fries. I grew up on French fries. What's wrong with French fries? But there was nobody at the cashier. And then I just checked myself. I was like, man, get the fuck up out of here. Plus, I had already bought a bag of potato chips. See, I'm human. That's why I'm telling you this. That's why I'm sharing these testimonies with you. Because I deal with the same struggles as everybody else. That's why I believe that this realm is a hell. Because this realm is about, one, struggle, and two, suffering. I don't believe the other realms are like that. Now, if you don't do what you got to do, or you a bad person, then you're probably going to go to worse realms. You know, what the Christians or the Catholics or those type of religions they call the hell. You know what I mean? Burning and brimstone and that type of stuff. You know what I mean? I'm just telling you that in his ideas, not that I don't believe that. That's just, how they portray it. I don't know. I'm not going to lie to you or speculate. I just know that, that there is, other worser realms. I do believe in that. And there's higher realms too. And that's why when people, they pass away, that's why value people in this lifetime, value them, treasure them, appreciate them. I appreciate all my brothers and sisters. I appreciate a great conversation. I appreciate a good meal. I appreciate a whole ton of things. I appreciate smelling roses. I appreciate a sunrise. I appreciate even the smallest things. Some people, they're just so unappreciative. And I'm not saying that to judge it. Like we were all like that. I think being appreciative is a learned skill. You have to learn these skills. That's why another thing that we're going to talk about in the future, if God permits, and there's also, the willingness, because I might just, wake up one day and be like, man, it ain't even worth it. Nobody cares. Ain't nobody listening. Everybody, it's about to be football season too. Oh, hell nah. They, you know what I'm saying? They can't wait to September. You know what I mean? To football season. You know what I mean? So they could go to the casinos and gamble. They just, man, I smell the bullshit long, far away, man. I see through people now. But because I've been there. That's why I told you about the story about the French fries. That's why I salute people really trying to live and be righteous, especially like with the diet, especially with the word, especially with, you know what I mean? And then I also notice these haters, these degenerates, these lames that, you know what I mean? When somebody's trying to better themselves, you know what I mean? They want to criticize that. Yeah, you know what's another phrase? You know what's another popular phrase? Misery loves company. Slap you in the face with that. Yeah, I notice misery, miserable people. They hate to be alone. They hate to be, you know what I'm saying, doing what they're doing alone. Like, for example, I don't know if y'all been around like coke heads. Coke heads, when they're tooting, they love to be trying to get whoever they with to toot with them. Come on, man. Just take one toot. Just take one sniff. It ain't gonna kill you. It ain't gonna hurt you. Just try one try. You ever tried it before? You never tried it? Come on. Just come on. Like, bro, just shut the F up. That's like, weed heads are kind of different. Weed heads, they'll pass you the joint and you be like, nah, I'm cool. What does a weed head say? Anybody out there really know? They'll be like, cool, more for me. Now, they'll pass you the joint later on again, but not because they trying to make you smoke with them. It's just that they forget. Weed heads, they forgetful. It's not different. That's not like with the cokehead. Alcoholics is the same way. Alcoholics, you know what I mean? Here, bro, just take a beer. Nah, I'm good. Don't. Then they start, trying to run that kind. Get, oh, you gay or something? It's just one, or they start trying to run that manip. What? Oh, does your wife got you in your ball of chains? Oh, you've changed so much now. Oh, you don't want to drink with the fellas no more. Oh, you think you better than us now, bro? Man, I check toes real quick, bro. Especially with, but I speak to demons, bro. And I'm talking about like not buddy, man. Yeah, I don't buddy with demons, bro. I don't be on that demon time. I check demons quick, directly into the point. They gonna feel me. Or they gonna get agitated and bring them out, and that's what I want. And that's why, alcoholics, when they get, they get really, that alcohol get really in their blood, it's demon time on them. I don't try to talk sense to there's certain people I don't try to talk sense to. I don't try to talk sense to an alcoholic, when they drunk. I don't try to talk sense to a fanatic, like a religious fanatic or a political fanatic or a sports fanatic or any type of fanatic. Being a fanatic is like, I don't try to talk sense to a fanatic. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear what they want to hear. They want to talk to another fanatic. You know, they want to hold hands with another fanatic and talk of those things. So going back to that Edward Bernays, man, he's like the master teacher of propaganda. And he's dead already. But he's a master teacher in that realm, and other people really look up to him and use his skills and his knowledge to run manip on the general public. You know, nowadays that word propaganda is not used no more. Now they say marketing. You know, where you market yourself, you're marketing a brand or a product. Now you got words like influencers. So that's why it's very important that we, and it's not really about us anymore. You know, we're just being the torch bearers and the torch passers. Who are you passing the torch to? Do you even have somebody to pass the torch to? Do they even want the torch to be passed? Some people don't do good with fire. If you pass them the torch, what they gonna do with it? Are they gonna light some blunts with it? Are they gonna put the torch down and forget about it? Are they going to let the fire burn out? These are questions that the leaders of tomorrow should be asking themselves. Because that fire shouldn't be taken lightly. That fire, it needs to keep burning. So hopefully, you know, within ourselves, you know, we keep the money flowing and the fire burning. Yeah, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. And you know, I hope that, you know, God don't put on my plate too much that I can't bear. But I like that saying that don't pray for a lesser load. Pray for a stronger back. You know, that's why I'm a believer in, you know, we need to work on ourselves constantly and on many angles. A lot of us are sleeping and slipping, you know, but that's where you know, we need the rest of the brethren, because we can't put the puzzle together alone. This is like those projects that elite families had. Elite families back in the days, they had puzzle night every Friday night. Now, me, coming from poverty, you know, the culture in my house was that every Friday night when I was really young growing up, you know, it was Taco Bell night. If it wasn't Taco Bell, it was Burger King. And if it wasn't Burger King, it was Kentucky Fried Chicken. It was those three things. Now, don't judge me. I was a child. And I couldn't wait for those days. You know what I mean? But I'm just telling y'all that's where my upbringings come from. It's not my fault. I'm plant-based now. You think I want Taco Bell that's dog food? or Whoppers or KFC? Lord, no. Nuh-uh. Uh-uh. And I got family members that be like, that you eat like you diabetic, like you sick or something. Bro, this is a choice. This is what I want to. I want to walk this path. I don't want to rock these clothes that I used to rock or listen to these songs that I use. You know what I'm saying? This is a change that I want to, but they don't understand that. It's not, but like I told you, most likely they're civilians, bro. You know, civilians, they're not going to see war like people that are in the middle of the bang bang, how they see it. You know? So what is it? What did you do today? What are you doing today? What was your thought patterns like? You know, I salute the ones that are attempting. That's all it is. You know, every day we you know, it's like that French fry story I told you about earlier. That was earlier today, many hours ago, early in the morning. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I was going to buy 10 French fries at 10 o'clock in the morning. But, you know, I checked myself and I'm putting it on record. Now, I bet you there's a hater out there that, you know what I mean, later on it's kind of probably because, you know, there's those types of people that you like, there's certain types of friends that you can't really tell them anything because they have like a notebook that they write all these stats down and they write them in their notebook so they could throw them in your face later. Yeah, make sure you take note of them friends, you know what I'm saying, them people. Some of them are loved ones. Some of them are family members. Some of them are day ones. You know, but sometimes, you know what? You know, sometimes, you know, people come and go in this lifetime. You know, I like to say, you know, some people enter your life for a season and some people enter your life for a reason. Yeah, you know, this life is, I'm very appreciative. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know if I asked to be here. You know, I've heard theories that, you know, that we asked to be here. So if we asked to be here, if that theory is correct and we asked to be here, why did we come? Did you come to drink Coca-Cola? Did you come to go eat at Chuck E. Cheese? Did you come to, you know what I mean, spend your money on at the casino? Is that why you signed up? Not me. Not here. You know. So the reason why I brought up Edward Bernays with the women is because, you know, this feminine movement was started by them. Edward Bernays was contracted by the cigarette companies way back in the days. Edward Bernays was the genius that helped the cigarette companies get more cigarette smokers. Some of these people have no scruples. You know, part of it is understanding how the Jewish culture see the Gentiles. You know, understanding that psychology that you got, and gang members do the same thing. You know, if you're a gang member and you're part of the gang, oh, you're, you know what I'm saying, you're my people, my brother. If you're not, then you food. Pure and simple. So these Jewish clans, you know, they have the Gentiles, or even a worse word is the Goyim, which means like beast or cattle or something like that. We could look all into that later on. You know, right now there's a message. There's a message for those that have ears to hear and eyes to see. There's no video right now, but there is a picture. So Edward Bernays told the cigarette companies, you know, hey, you know what I mean? Let's get women smoking. And in the feminine movement, he was involved with that because, you know what I mean? There was like freedom. You know, that's why I'm not a believer of that. You know, if my freedom is, hey, like I told you earlier, I want to walk the right path. I want to write the correct path. I want to be righteous. This is my freedom. Let me be. If y'all want to go to the game, if y'all want to go to the casino, if y'all want to drink beers and y'all want to, you know what I mean, smoke and inject and then do y'all have the freedom to do that. That's, you know what I mean, that's human will. But my freedom is I don't want no part of that. I don't even want to see y'all doing that. So Edward Bernays was like, you know, hey, freedom, you know, that's a satanic movement, you know, from what's that other clown's name? He's very looked up on. He's like their master teacher. He's like their prophet. He's like their, you know what I'm saying? Their what's this clown's name? Do as thou wilt. Aleister Crowley. Now, I'll say clown, you know what I'm saying? But dude was researching and he was, you know, you're not just say clown because he's an op, you know what I mean? He's an op. Jay-Z love him. And a whole lot of people, whoever, you know what I'm saying, whoever they love me, pay attention to the signs. Some of y'all got great vision, meaning your eyes can work, but y'all can't see. And there's other people that are blind, but they have vision. So Aleister Crowley, his movement is like, you know, do as thou wilt. Meaning, do whatever, bro. Have fun. You only live once. Mi vida loca. YOLO. Like, that's their movement. Our movement is, bro, we don't do what the clowns do. We aren't like them. And this is not a skin thing. This is not a regional thing. This is a either you righteous or you a lame. You food. We bang on the beast for real, for real. All this aggression that we used to have, because I used to be a bully. Yeah, I don't say that, you know what I mean? You know, I used to be a bully with a fully. You know. But my point is that aggression that we once had for stupidity, beating people up, you know, for no reason, just for fun, general purposes, just, you know, but now we have an opportunity. Now the smoke is clearing up. Now the battlefield is The time is now to clear things up some more, because I don't believe that, you know what I mean, that we should move too quickly ahead. I don't believe we're there yet. I still believe we're still in infancy stages. We're still learning how to crawl. We're still learning how to potty train. But it's a great feeling though. Just like in child baby psychology, that's one of the most proudest and happiest times of a young mother and father, when their child learns takes their first steps. When their child takes their first steps, you're supposed to celebrate that. When a child says their first words, that's another milestone. When a child comes back and be like, "Mommy, Daddy, I potty trained," that's another great milestone. So don't minimize that. The time will come when we do need to really really be tested. So with that satanic movement and have fun, do whatever you want, you only live once, Edward Bernays used that same movement for the women, that, be free. Dress however you want to dress, do whatever you want to do. Don't listen to the husband. Smoke what you want to smoke, drink what you want to drink. And it's the same message nowadays too. That's one of the main things that made me clean up my diet. It wasn't the health it was just the education of the power of knowledge, psychology also, understanding that they ran manip on us, on our parents, bro. They lied to our grandparents and our parents, and those parents taught us what they were taught. They're victims. Now we're dealing with the things, and we don't believe that our parents could do such a thing, but that's what happened. This is history we're talking about. That's why out there in Mexico or Latin America, they esteem some of these actors from back in the day. Like this one cat, Pedro Infantes. He was like, he's like the Elvis. You know what I mean? He was like the Elvis in Latin America. And if you go look at these movies from back in the day, black and white, you probably won't see no harm in them compared to now, right? Compared to now, they look like a wholesome movie compared to today, from the degeneracy that you see on cartoons. But if you understand a bit of sociology, you understand that these movies were the influences that made certain people drink or smoke back in those days. Back in those days, they had to go to a theater to watch these movies, and that was like a big thing for them. You know, they had to sneak out or save certain pennies to, you know what I mean, sneak in or pay, you know what I mean, whatever the fee was, a nickel to get in. And it was a big thing for them. But like I told you, and it's hard to believe that those movies were setting the tone to what it is today. That's why back to going talking to about us, it's important for us to set the tone for what's to come in the future. Many people talk a good game, but they're not ready. You know, we got AI coming down the pipe. You know, you got to understand that one age just finished, which was the age of Pisces, which is the age of faith, which was the age of religion. That's why, for many, I mean, as soon as you say the Bible or certain religions, bro, they don't want to hear that. You lost them already if you're trying to reach somebody. If you want to reach the children, want to reach the people now, you better use reason, logic, rationale. You better know what you know. Nobody care what you believe. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Or a spirit talking through you and using you as a vessel, using you as a tool, as an instrument. And maybe you don't have to know these things, but maybe the message is what's important. Similar like me. I'm just recently coming to know about, my talents and understanding. There ain't really nothing I can't do. But at the same time, I know that it ain't my job to do it all. I don't have to do other things that other people are more qualified than me to do. Like, I don't have to become a master mason to build something. I don't have to become a master carpenter to build something. Now, I am learning, but I'm a humble guy. So just me learning the basics, it's a great thing. I go to sleep content, you know what I mean? It's like it's like today with this live we got going on. It's a full moon celebration. It's a vibe. I thought the brethren were gonna jump in and jump on, but for whatever reason, you know what I mean. It's all love. I do love to touch bases and hear, what's going on. But for whatever reason, like I said, so this Edward Bernays cat, research him. Understand that this is a key player in the game. And he's a long time gone. I think he died like in 2014 or something like that. I mean, he was putting in work a long time. Like, you know what I mean? A long time. He's his family, I believe, is affiliated with Netflix. And also they were somehow their family in some kind of way, they were affiliated with the Jungs, the Carl Jung, the psychologist, which was, a lot of degeneracy going on. But I'm not here. This ain't, I'm not always going to be in class or teaching mode or nothing like that. I'm just I just like sowing seeds, like the farmer. It's up to y'all if y'all water the plants and see things grow and see things into fruition. What's up, bro?
Mic
What's
check,
up,
mic
bro?
check. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Oh, I think mic
What's
check,
up,
mic
bro?
check. Can you hear me? We go.
Yes, sir.
It's time for
Can
some
you
new
hear me?
headsets. Buenas noches, buenas noches. Mic
What's
check,
up,
mic
bro?
check. Can you hear me? We go.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
It's time for some new
buenas
headsets.
noches. Hey, I think
Buenas noches. Mic check.
your YouTube, because I don't think it's mine. I think mine on mute. I think your YouTube is with the echo. I think mine on mute.
No, I think
I think your
it's
YouTube
his headphones.
is with the echo. Yeah, because I hear the echo when you
Mine on mute. You still got it? You still hear it? No, I think
you can't hear it.
I get it. No, you could keep
Oh,
on.
okay. I hear you now. Now you good right there. That last the last what you just said. I hear you now though. What's good?
I'm over here trip. I always got these tech issues. No, it was all it's all gravy. I was listening a little bit earlier about I wasn't in the position since jump on, but I was hearing about Las Vegas, Sin City.
Right. Yeah, that's a trip. How they just out of nothing put that in the desert, and he was ridiculed.
I think we touched on that before. How Esau will build in desolate places.
Right. Yeah, I never looked at it like from that perspective.
But at the
But
same time, I mean, just to be critical, or
yeah,
be with a critical perspective,
yeah,
what is that? Is like I get the business risks, for someone to try to build that, but based on the background of the characters, it falls right into place because obviously, it's a mafioso. They want to be away from the police and everybody, and they'll have everything under their control. So
right.
obviously, what I'm saying, as the movie pretty much shows, they just wanted to do it in the desert, and nobody can tell us nothing. Yes, they will have the police bought off and whatnot. But at the same time, I mean, I get the concept of doing it out of nothing in the sense that, but they had that war chest, that mafia war chest, saying open because he was Lucky Luciano's buddy, his little.
Right.
He did some work to kill some bosses for Lucky to get on there, be the chairman. But he,
Exactly.
he got millions, and that's why he was pretty much killed because out of all the millions he was getting from the commission, he was skimming. Obviously, of course, he's a thug. You know what I'm saying? He sees the females, everybody's coming. He's the man. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But it came to a point where everybody was like, "Man, I don't care if that's your buddy, man. That what I'm saying, for less, others would have gave, would have got whacked. Now this guy thinks he's special because that's your shadow right there." But
Yeah.
he had millions to work to get that, based off obviously illegitimate, saying money, or untaxed money. So, but yeah, I mean,
It's,
but it did take, saying the ingenuity to try to build, in the middle of nowhere, to a little haven for themselves.
yeah. There's many angles that one could break it down. You know.
Yeah, because what I'm saying, like in a business, in like a legitimate civilian or little company corporation to take a risk, like when we're gonna have we're gonna build in nowhere. Who's gonna be our clients? I mean, this like it was like a no brainer. But for these cats, I mean, they all the money that they're taxing all the civilians and all the dope sales and all that untaxed money. You know what I'm saying? They're always going to be able to flood it in there. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a tax, or a casino haven, or a gambling haven.
Right.
And then you got all them prostitutes. I mean, people like it's like a little oasis in the middle of nowhere. Like, I got a corporate business, I'm gonna go to a motel, say such and such. I got a reservation, such and such, and you got nothing but females all night, all the drugs and all the gambling you want. So they
With
created the market.
without without the illicit and the illegal talk, it kind of sounds something familiar with what brother Vlad want to do out there in the state of you know in the state he want to get that property, you know what I mean, like it's in the middle of nowhere, you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's the same thing with all the other brothers, saying they have inherited, their land, they're in the middle, all up in the boondocks somewhere, but they're
Right.
doing it for, the apocalyptic, perspective. They want to, so they're trying to really have, because I mean, for one, when you have that in mind, I mean, yes, definitely you're gonna hit the wilderness, especially those, biblically speaking, they always say hit the wilderness, right? But
Right.
it's at the same time, I mean, when like how long has it been? They always got that scenario, and it's like they always push it too because there's money in that. It's
Yeah.
that when they had all them prepper shows, they had a lot of prepper shows worldwide. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? And you got all them apocalyptic movies. But anyway, I done watched a lot of them. I used to tell myself I'm gonna record all the apocalyptic movies and all the sitcoms. You know what I'm saying? And try to get and just extract what was, saying, essential. Like get rid of the people and just get the strategies and tactics that they used. Because a lot of them had little cool points and others didn't. Everybody didn't have the same resources and others did. So
Hmm.
there was a lot of factors to consider. But I like that, but anyway, there was one particular show, I forget the name of that one in particular. But at the end they will always do like a close up analysis, right? Like
Hmm.
what's the he had this, he lacked that or whatever. They got like a point system. But at
Right.
the end of every episode, that common factor, that was critical is that you got to build, that a lot of people lack, because say they got that mentality. It's like I'm saving me and my family, and that's it. I like what happened to the saying your brother Israelites. Saying that you don't know if they're in the, as they say, in the truth or not. You don't know if
Right.
they're actually following law or not. You're just looking at somebody's gonna come take more of your food and your resources. You know what I'm saying? But
When
anyway,
they
the point that common factor was that you have to build a community, because at the end of the day, as you said, not everybody can do everything. You may have 2 or 3 sons, and they you probably like, hey, get your girlfriend because there ain't gonna be no females around here or whatever. Because you all up in the woods. But the point is that they say there comes a point where eventually all them people that ain't got nothing and they have survived the first or third wave of of no water, no light, and then no food. I mean, there's gonna be groups or gangs out there trying to just take, because there ain't nobody trying to give it to them. But anyway, the point is that like if you don't have a proper defense or a community to be able to defend each other, then you're gonna get popped because eventually everything is penetrable. So if you by yourself and you might have an AK, then bullets are gonna run out. You know what I
right.
mean? So I mean, there's a lot of things to consider when you try to, build out there. It's not just about you and your immediate family or your little extensive family. You got to really build, saying, with the community and with your brothers that would like-minded, saying, it's the understanding of what's to come.
And when
So
that shit truly hits the fan, if you don't got it together, it is gonna be too late. You can't cram, what I mean, for survival. You know what I mean? Like you gotta be as prepared as possible. And that brings up to another point. That there's a reason why in the public school systems, they took away all those trades, the learning of carpentry and metalwork and all these things, because they want people to fail. You know what I mean? It's not in their best interest to you know to learn these skills so they can survive these times that are coming, because I do believe that the great you know turn off, just blackout, whole lot of suffering is bound to come. So those are good points that you said, and it's unfortunate that some people they're not into the mood of that. They don't want to hear that, but they'll watch all the movies though, like zombie movies, like you said.
hey, let me pull out. I'm gonna jump out and jump back in because I grabbed another headset. Let me see if I can get this because I think it's I'm transmitting through the the laptop rather than my
All
headset.
right, all right, bet. So that's a great point. what Brother Mesh said, and I definitely we definitely promote that here, on this channel and in this society. We many times we talk about like sports, right? If we're building a team, we can't build a team of you know people that don't know how to play the game, don't know the rules of the game, can't score a bucket, can't play defense. If you want to be part of the team, bro, you got to come, with some skills. Now, it's preferable if everybody, start learning these skills, because I know that many of us, myself included, I don't have many um do it yourself skills. Now I'm learning. I'm becoming more bold, but I wasn't raised in that environment, you know, and I do wish that would be different. I wish I was I would have learned trades at a young age. So now I would be building, literally, brother Mesh.
Yeah, yeah. It was in the headset. It was the browser. I was using the browser. It had a little bit more security on it than the normal garbage of Chrome and Bing and all that.
Yeah, I know. I noticed you're real high tech with it.
Man, I just get more, it's paranoia. What I'm saying? It's like, I've been hacked and and all that stuff. So, but it's always, precaution because, there's actually an article with links, that I wanted to share. That's come to it passed my mind to share with the brothers, and I probably will in one of the lessons where
Yeah.
it helps out because back then like, oh man, I got a Facebook, what I mean, or I got my man, I don't put nothing with your real name on there. Don't, what I'm saying? Because identity, thieves out there, they've been working. It's
Yeah.
there. So, but anyway, just to get back to what you were saying, as far as like, there's this one cat that I listened to as well. He was ex-marine, and he said, man, you could prep all you want, you could have all the food you want. That's gonna rot if you don't have like a little, like, 'cause, they had some of them had extreme, where they would either they had like a little backyard with a little pool, or even on their roofs, they would put those what do you call those those plastic tubes, the pipes, I forget the,
PVC.
yeah, and then they will have like rows, like, and they'll have like little holes in them, and just build like and insert seeds for and put nothing but they just thought of anything, but anyway, old boy said that but his point is that just live off the land because say just have the right bug out bag to be able to survive. It's the because with a car it's going to be gridlock. I mean, everything's going to be just dead. Saying all the block streets like that, what they picture or anticipate. It's like get something with diesel, because diesel you could use actual anything with oil. House oil, and with I don't know what. He said you could just live off the land, bro. But with those brothers that actually have that property, saying at the moment, either they're just paying the tax or the mortgage to the government, property tax and all that stuff. So you're gonna have a little, a little summer house to go, or summer place. If that's your only joint, then man, it's the loan. Well, that's cool if that, if that's. But eventually, you're, if the shit hit the fan, don't hit the fan on your lifetime. I doubt that the children are gonna proceed, because usually they do the opposite, of is they're gonna be, I'm all alone here, man. Ain't no females over here, man. I want to go enjoy myself. They just
Hmm.
bounce. But anyway, yeah, them brothers, they got them properties, but it's a community. I think that's the key, bro. Is saying you got to do it with multiple families. You know what I mean? It's literally a community, because that will be I mean, for a lot of reasons, because isolation, you can actually bug out literally. Not everybody's built to be alone or to be out in the woods like that.
I mean, I totally agree with you in these days and times, but at the same time, I disagree because it's our nature. We just been l- misled for so long. That we're so comfortable now. That we want to be in cushy chairs, and all that. But just like people that really know that they know that you have to move to grow. Moving is growing. And if you don't move, things start falling apart. So I definitely agree with the community, but the problem is with the word commune means that we all have something in common. Just because people live in a neighborhood don't mean it's a community. You know what I mean? Like just because you're the next door neighbor don't mean that me and you have the same goals, intentions, and views in life. And that's why a lot of communities fail because they it's just a whole bunch of random people, you know, and like you said, one guy wants to go, you know what I mean, with the females. Other guy wants to, seen a movie and wants to go try that. Another guy heard that there's a new restaurant that just opened up and they want to go try it out. You know,
I try not to look at it with, like under this paradigm or this society, because this society has been imposed and has obviously been governed by the same type of people that have, saying since the conquest. So there's really
yeah,
has been no change. So technically, there's a lot of foreign people here. You know what I mean? So it's not like
right,
if like if we're like speaking just on the I had in mind those brothers that had that property that were in the book. So it's they're out there, edifying and preaching and spreading the word and whatnot. But so it's kind of hard to try to, they're out there fishing, but they're really just out there preaching because they're not building. So many of them that I've seen and met on lives or just heard of, but that I never jumped on their lives or lessons. But they've been at it for years, but I never really seen them build communities, bro. They always say
right,
build, but to them it's like a psychological build of understanding of the,
right,
this is the correct way of understanding this precept or this concept, saying or this topic, it's that's
yeah,
building for them. It's just in a spiritual, psychological, realm. So,
right,
as far as like what they're really talking about building out there, it's like I guess the only thing is going to be survival. That's going to was going to bring people together. But yes, everybody's like in their comfort zone in a way because that's all they know. Because like for instance, when I was in Durango, I mean everything was like new to me. You know what I'm saying? Because I
hmm
was not too far off from actually being saying released. But he's like my uncle, my political, mi tío
yeah,
político, as they
yeah,
call him.
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah. In-law, brother, uncle-in-law.
he had anyway, I see some neighbors, from another town because there were like 5 or 6 towns from each end. There were two major towns. Anyway, there was one from a little pueblo that came and asked him if he could let me use your chalanes, your workers. It's because he was in construction and I stood behind to help him out until I got tired or he found more people because I was
Yeah,
learning as I went along. But I was like, well, what's he talking about? He's like, because él plantea, he plants, chile rojo, and he mixes it up like a certain season is chile rojo, and after that it was the land rest for I don't know how long. I don't know the
yeah,
details with all that, but
yeah.
he crop was chile and frijol and beans, and then
Okay.
he had and so he said, cool, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you want to go?
hmm
Like, man, I don't mind, you know what I'm saying? And so,
Yeah,
but then all of a sudden something happened that, another little part of it, another land that they were cleaning up, no sé cómo le dicen, like the leftover of the beans crops, but they
yeah.
were like little bundles, in the aisles, that
hmm
they had to be picked up. And a lot of that was like junk. There were still beans on them, but they would use that for, when they compressed the hay for the horses. So
Yeah, yeah.
everything, like even leftover or residue or whatever, is still useful. So that's
Right.
it was a trip. I went and helped out. I was like, man, and it was just only a few miles. It was in like all the actual say, it's the land he had. Man, that was a workout. Oh, I was like, what?
Yeah.
And then another time I went with one of the females. Oh man, they lent him an acre to to well make some money off, and he gets a chop with the owner. He'll cut off a little bit to the owner. But they were, I don't know what it was, but they had like little bundles of, saying plantas, and I seen the, like, I want to say natives, not in the sense, saying, like, well, obviously they're Native Americans, saying we all are, but the thing is
Yeah.
that they were locals, saying. I would see them, have like a belt, and they will have all the bundles of all them, saying them plantas, and they'll grab them between their fingers, and they just, you got to bend over there, and they get all barefoot, and I'm not
Yeah.
barefoot, man, that's straight, So I looked at them. I like, man. So I started doing it like every such distance. You got to plan it. You know what I'm saying? And it comes to a point that you're not used to that. Your waist, your back. I like, damn. And then I look up, and this cat's like already, saying starting like a part of the other aisle, going back.
Right.
And I'm like, man, these cats here, but that's a living to them. They know this. This is like nothing. But my point is that not knowing about survival in the woods, or in the country, is going to be a shock, a culture shock to a lot of people. I complain nowadays, like, man, without AC, like, man, it's going to be a
Yeah.
mother. So
Yeah,
it's
you told me about the AC a couple times.
yeah, definitely, because I gotta feel fresh, and so clean, I don't be musty all anyway. But the point is, I've been out there, in them small villages, and obviously the city slickers, saying it's gonna be different, and it's a lot different when you just go camping than you're actually out there on your own, and then and just with your family. I wish the best for everybody when the time, saying comes, if it's during our lifetime or not. But you really,
One
uh-huh.
one of the biggest culture shocks that I've seen that a lot of people from the U.S. have when they come to you know down south or Central America and stuff like that is that you know the majority of homes don't have hot water, bro. You know what I mean? So taking a shower with some cold water, it's like hell to somebody that's took hot showers their whole life. You know, it took me a while to make the transition. You know,
I was trying to guess before you said what it was, and the first thing that came was water. But to me, it was drinking water. But you hit water, nonetheless. But yeah, that if you're like in a semi-rural or rural area, Pero like what came to mind with water for me was that because the cleaning system, the process is different. That's why a
right?
lot of people say that when you come over there, just make sure saying you get the water bottle. Don't use that from the sink, is and then even the water bottle still going to be different. Pero it's because they get the runs, their stomach get all messed up and all that, so it kind of ruins their whole experience. But
That's good you touched on that because going back to that topic, you talked about survival, which to me is of the utmost importance. I forget about all that, you know, Bible mumbo jumbo and this and that and what we believe in. We need to nip it in the bud. And I learned this from, somebody I met on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Where that was his whole message. I didn't agree with other things he said, but sometimes, we just got to take a message from a certain person and keep it moving. But his whole message was that, like, bro, like water is the key to everything, and we need to learn how to purify water, like all of us, like mandatory, like remember we talked about like Boy Scouts and type stuff, because I do believe, we need to get a Boy Scouts book and just do everything, start from scratch, you know, learn how to do knots. But back to the water, I believe that that's of the utmost of importance.
yeah, because definitely it's gonna be wild, bro. So it's best to try to saying prepare oneself and your cubs, because at least have them get the print out the books required for it, because you're gonna have to read that, saying eventually, because if you are under that, uh, if you live under that, saying under those times or those conditions, bro. But a lot of these brothers, saying it's gonna be a trip. But it's gonna be very interesting in a sense, because a lot of brothers that do be all up in the book, and then one automatically thinks that they're all in the same level. But when nature starts taking its course, saying where you don't have the food, the necessary calorie, intake that is going to clog up your mind. Who was it? What was that you were using that example with Vlad? I think they're like, man, if there's no food, you're gonna start, trying to eat meat. You know what I mean? So the point is that at what point is you really gonna have them brothers that are really just gonna, hey, like, hey, bro, I love you, you know what I'm saying? But forgive me. We, our people did this before, or I don't know what, what I'm saying. But
I
the point
mean,
is,
there is, there is books and stories all based on that, bro. Like I don't know if you heard of the Donner Party. You know what I'm saying? They reached San Francisco and they got stuck. The whole family was traveling from like the East Coast somewhere. And I'm talking about the whole family, what I mean, back in the day with wagons, a whole bunch of wagons, and they got stuck somewhere like in some by Reno or Las Vegas somewhere, and they had to eat each other, bro, to survive. But they made a choice, like somebody be like, you know what, who volunteers, like who's gonna take one for the team, and
like in that
I
movie or the sitcom with the train, where they will take turns,
right,
like it's your arm or your leg. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow
yeah.
is your leg.
I mean, those are real life
Yeah,
scenarios. You know what I mean?
which actually happened. Yeah, there's stories out there on that.
There's about planes falling, people in an island. The Donner Party is, wagons, and they just got caught because all their animals died, or I think they ate them first. I mean, some weird shit. But back in the days, real shit happened, bro. Like this is real life reality. We don't think of it as a possibility, bro, because we got a McDonald's and a Burger King damn near on every corner. You know what I mean? It's hard to us to conceive that we're gonna starve to death and society's not gonna feed us. That's where I feel that these elites, bro, they look at everyone in this world be like, y'all ingrates. Like we feed y'all, we entertain y'all, we give you sports, we give you fucking Chivas, we give you the Cowboys, we give you the Dodgers, we give you McDonald's, we give you everything, we give you
Still complain.
casinos. When you still complain, what more do y'all want? All we ask you is to get vaccinated and pay your taxes. Damn, is that too much to ask for? And we're like, hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? We're like, you know what I mean? We're like on another page, we are the resistance, you know.
Yeah, when that time comes, bro, and that pressure is out there, whatever that situation that you're gonna be under, that's where you're gonna tell if all that, what I'm saying, you were thumping and spitting is really gonna, you were really about it, what I'm saying? Because a lot of people that haven't really, have life experiences out there, what I'm saying, they could say everything they want to say. That's why they call them romantics, them idealists, because usually
Right,
those
yeah,
are the ones that never really been in those, what I'm saying, critical situations to test your belief for sure, because you can
exactly.
spit it if you want, but if you never really been in those conditions, man, bro, it's just a theory, and you hope to never
It
do
sounds
something.
good.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I
You
mean?
know,
Because
that's the reason why I told that when we were having that discussion, when I said about the meat eater Cipher being the meat eater, and he's the one who sold everyone out, for a slab of steak. That's why I said that, I can't trust the meat eater, bro. You know what I mean? And Vlad was like, you could trust me, you know what I mean? But the point is, bro, that once the real shit hits the fan, bro, supposedly a person that eats meat, bro, will eat any type of meat. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't care. Like, you know what I mean? Like meat is meat. You know what I mean?
it's because it's crazy, bro. The biology is this vessel
We're
that
animals. We're animals.
well, what I do believe, this is a vessel. This is a shell. So I
Right.
know we're a spiritual entity. So,
Yeah.
but living under these shells, what I'm saying, it's like you're synchronized with it. So, you're gonna feel that pain. You're gonna or
Right.
think you are feeling that pain, but you're gonna
Yeah.
feel it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That
Yeah.
hunger, the or whatever. So, you're synchronized to it. So at one point that is that how strong is your spirit to stay true to your beliefs under that pressure on that spirit, bro, on that vessel, because it's because sometimes there's a point where it's like I'm it's like, I guess, being incarcerated for so long, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah.
well, it's everybody, you know, it's just that, you know, everybody has different eating habits, you know, it's like everything was structured there, you know what I'm saying? Everybody has their 3 meals, but it's like creature of habits. If I deviate from that, you know, even if I'm not hungry, but then, you know, my body knows at this time I'm supposed to
Yep.
eat, then I'm hungry. You know, it's like
Yep.
that. What's that Maslow theory with that bell and the dog? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Is that, you know, they ring the bell every time they feed that dog, and then all of a sudden the dog automatically knows when he hears that bell, it's chow time. And sometimes they start hitting that bell even when it's not chow time, but then he's still gonna be salivating. You know what I'm saying?
His
Saliva's,
mouth starts to water. His
yeah,
mouth
and it's
salivates.
so basically the body, it can be confused, or, you know, or manipulated and controlled. That's why they
Manipulated.
learn, because that's what society is, you know. And
And that's why I believe that the parable of Jesus when he's fasting for 40 days and the devil shows up and the devil knew he was hungry. Like, here, I know you hungry. I brought you a piece of bread. You know what I'm saying? Jesus, man, get that shit out my face. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
there
get
was a
that shit out my face, bro. But I know you hungry, man. Kick rocks. You know what I mean?
yeah,
That's why I believe that fasting, all the books, bro, all the books, they talk about that, bro. That's the key to this thing. And that's good that you talked about the jail system, because for some people, bro, you know, it's like a dope fiend, bro. Sometimes going to jail for a dope fiend, that's the best thing, because they if they go to the right jail, that they don't have no drugs, because if they go to a jail where, you know, it's full of drugs, then, you know, I mean, it's the same cycle just inside the jail. But you know, to get broken off from that circle, you know, or brothers that go to the shoe, bro, you know what I mean? Some brothers will sell you out just because, you know what I mean, that commissary, they're so used to eating that commissary that they're not, you know, that shoe living is the worst for some people, you know.
yeah, it's just like so many things come to mind when, you know, when you conversate with people, you know, it's like, is even my queen be like, man, it's like, because you always got, so your mind is always like, you just relax. Like, where's that off button at? You know what I'm saying? If I knew where it was at, I'll be switching it off all the time. But it's like I just be bouncing all up in my brain with all type of, you know. But it came to mind because when I violated parole, right? It's intentionally, well, for two or multiple reasons, but it was
Yeah,
one of the stories Brad had said that he had to, you know, do something to get locked up to avoid a
yeah,
certain situation. No, I thought
yeah,
about that was, I don't know, about 10 lives ago. If it feels damn near, but you know, but we all have our stories and we all relate in many aspects with a lot of the brothers. And I had a similar
yeah,
situation to that, and so I had to violate. I violated parole, but I did it was, you know, one of the reasons was because I was supposed to be on parole for 3 years. You know what I'm saying? I was in standing there on that leash they had on me with that ankle bracelet. You know what I'm saying? And then having to live with family where I'm not used to that, you know, that scrutiny. You know what I'm saying? Or that, you know, I gotta, you know, I can't do nothing about my condition. And then the other one where I had to get out of a situation where I was weak to, you know, deny the brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? A call to action. You know what I mean? It's like they wanted me to, you know, do something that I was like, man, I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because to me,
yeah,
but I was weak in that sense. Like I could just say, obviously say no, but
yeah,
even as soon as before I was approached with that, they wanted me to, you know, take, you know, over a little region, you know, and then I'm like, man, bro, it's like a blackout here. My radar is non-existent, and behind the wall is like I know every joint, who got what, you know, slots in what positions, and I know who's who and all this. Out here, it's like a blackout, bro. He's like, nah, we'll guide you and all that. Like, man, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, I bumped, and when I violated, you know what I'm saying, this they took me to Stateville, right? And then Stateville is there was it was weird. It was new because they were modifying a lot of the stuff in there. You know, the roundhouse was closed and everything. But anyway, the point is that they were doing you know, them cell runs, them checks. You know, when they come
yeah,
do they, you know, shake you down.
yeah.
And it was a chick because they were lazy. They were two African. It was a male and female African. You know, saying Americans, and they were in there talking like, no, they just kicking the
Going
bubbles, as they
going
say.
through the motions.
Yeah, you know, and then all of a sudden, oh, girls like, and but that part of that was sort of like intake, so you really have no property at that time, so there really ain't no much to look for unless you're
Right.
looking for some type of little shank one makes automatically when they come in. But then she
Yeah.
saw me. I had my little, I had like a little off the meals. I was saving part of it because I know at nighttime, boy, that stomach be growling, bro. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
mean, you're in intake, you ain't set up shop or nothing. So
For
and then no
real.
girls like, man, that's against the rules or something. I'm like, what? I'm like, you serious? They're like, that sounded lame as hell. Like, you stupid or what? It's like she was like a newbie or something. To actually say something like that. And dude, like, man, you know how hungry he gets. You know that them meals they barely give you enough. You know what I'm saying? You can. And so I'm like, to me, it's like you have to explain this to her. So I'm like, she's a newbie. You know what I'm saying? Like, you straight
Yeah.
lame. Like you, but it comes to mind where you have to. It goes to the point that I wanted to hit earlier that if you're gonna do that, what I'm saying, them prepping, is get prepared to the best of or what your resources, what I'm saying, allow you to, because there's a lot of dry meats. If there are the meat eaters, or even they dry a lot of fruits and a lot, there's ways to survive, with a certain food. There was this one guy that he would have say that, what, if build up as much as you can in your property or what you consider your property, and then from there, start grabbing like little, grab a map and then just X out certain areas, like this is a park or this is like on a highway, put, and start digging up a little box of, I don't know, first aid kit, vitamins, you know what I'm saying, and little dry snacks or something to help you go to the next checkpoint. But start leaving little different zones, you know what I mean, certain spots like that, and start digging them up, and putting them on there. There was this one guy I like that, and he said in his property, he was in the military. He's like, just dig up little foxholes. He said we did that in Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? Just like a body, like straight like a casket. You know what I'm saying? Just build
Yeah.
it up. So dig it out and put like just wood in the bottom and the base and the sides, and then on the top. You know what I'm saying? But just put it in between the roads where they would least expect it. And then you have water bottles and a little box of little food or whatever. And if they pretty much penetrated your property, you lost everything. Well, they might just go to one of your little foxholes, or you got them little maps where you got stuff dug out. But the point is that it's like that book I had brought out a long time ago on. It was, I forget what it was, criminology, but it was it was victimology, I think the title of the book. It's
Yeah.
like you're gonna be a victim if you're not prepared for it. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
if you don't, you still a bully's always gonna keep doing that if you don't, train in defense, self defense, or
Right.
whatever the case may be. But if you don't prepare, then you're asking to be a victim. You know what I'm saying? So if, however useless one may think that preparing is, I mean, it's obviously, I think there it must be a fool, because you got to prepare yourself for pretty much whatever is important to you. If it's your school or work, you got to upgrade on your skills to get different positions, but you just can't get stuck on just one level, man.
Yeah, that's the hard thing about this, that there's so many angles to look at, and nobody's going to be prepared for everything unless
Yeah.
they're ex-military combat, what I mean, Marine, you know what I mean, like Navy SEAL type, they're those guys are going to be good because they've been trained and prepared. Meanwhile, we've been trained and prepared for the bullshit, you know what I mean? So that's why it's good that we just have these dialogues, have these discussions, because I'm telling you, bro, since I've been talking to you guys, you know what I'm saying, ever since the Yakasha, little slowly but surely, little tidbits, inspired me to get better. You know what I'm saying? To be on point, to improve in little ways, because you can't just change overnight, bro. You know what I mean? You can't just become a carpenter overnight. And that's just an example, you know what I mean? You know, whatever you're trying to be, like, trying to learn computers, you can't do that overnight, bro. You got to start with the basics, you know what I mean? And build your way up. And then maybe, just maybe 5, 10 years from now, you know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? You're building a doghouse if you're a carpenter or whatnot, you know. And that's where I'm at with this. because that's where I've been coming from, like slowly but surely. You know, before I didn't know nothing about computers really, and now you know what I mean. I know a little bit, not like other people. That's why I said it. Like I noticed about you. I think you said you use a Linux system. Anyone that uses a Linux system knows what they're doing. They got some knowledge of you know what I mean, the computer game.
Yeah,
To
it's
use
just what
Linux.
pretty much distinguishes those from Windows. Windows is for like the lazy people. They like,
Yeah,
let's go to McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? They're going to have
yeah,
the food. I just go order and it's going to be done for me.
yeah.
So everything's set up there. You know,
Give me a number three. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
exactly. And it's basically it's like your desktop or your screen is a file. You know what I'm saying? They got so many commands behind it, but you don't see the file. You only see the graphics in the picture or whatever. You know what I'm saying? In the Linux, they use a lot of the command prompts and they're familiar with that, with
Yeah,
DOS and all that.
you gotta know the language.
You know, and you didn't got to be a high tech on it either, but you know what I'm saying? It's good to, you know what I'm saying, learn the because you get your little dough and you want to be high class with like the cool kids, get your little apple, you know what I'm saying? So
Right.
you got to learn different. Well, obviously it's just good to learn, bro, because it's the anything really is.
No, that's exactly what's my point, bro. Like also, it's good to know the people, you know what I mean? Like what are they talents and their skills? Like, bro, like everyone, why would, like, for example, another brother that he barely knows how to use his phone, you know what I mean? Why would we put him at the high tech role? You know what I mean? Wow, like for example, we got you who has Linux, uses Linux, and so knows a little bit about code. So it would be more appropriate for you to lead that team or that mission. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
And it's just naturally because you, like for example, you naturally like that. You know what I mean? You know about that. You're into that. You probably read magazines and articles about, you know what I mean, that industry. Meanwhile, somebody else don't even know what a UPS is. You know what I mean? Or what's it do? Or other terminology. You know what I mean? Basic terminology that that is just basic in that realm, you know.
Yeah, that's pretty
But
much how they say about education. You know, some people just focus specifically on the field that or the career that they want. You know, I just want to be a barber. I don't care about the wear. I just want to enjoy, have my little spot. You know, what I'm saying, chop it up with the guys and then just go home and drink my beer and knock out. I don't got to think about send the world landing and none of that. And there's
yeah,
another, you know, what I'm saying, there's a philosopher or a historian or or whatever their field are. But the thing is, a lot of people consider that the liberal arts should be mandatory for everybody, even though you're still going to just be in a specific field because you're going to be exposed like holistically about your environment and how society functions to have an understanding other than just knowing what type of scissors or what type of guard or trimmers to use. So it should be
I'm one of
blended.
those. I'm one of those. I believe, I just recently learned about the liberal arts and all of that, because I learned about the quadrivium and the trivium, and then it basically said that was the original term before it became the liberal arts, and the liberal arts has basically all the realms, right? Even medicine, that's like high and law, so I do believe that we, like, if we were teaching the children for the future, we got to teach them everything, bro. It got to be like everything, you know what I mean? And then once we're seeing them grow, it's kind of like our children, right? Okay, you're good at this, you know what I mean? So we're gonna send you here. Oh, you're good at that, so we're gonna send you there, you know. But like what you said, there is a lot of people that just believe in one thing. It's funny you said barber because that's not even like, you know what I mean? That's like something that, you know what I mean? That's not even like a real. That's like, you know, we're talking about real. You know what I mean? Real skills. You know
But
what I
it takes
mean?
some science to it, bro. Because I know I was in one joint, bro. They had, they in the college system they had it was a pretty big joint, and they had a trait, saying for that being a barber, and then so with the
No, don't
barbershop
get me
book.
don't get me wrong. I know the skill part and also the business aspect. Like, you know what I mean? People get that's a big time business nowadays, especially like most of the men, you know what I mean? Like they're like women nowadays that a lot of guys need to get faded up every 2 days.
You know what I'm saying? But exactly the point is that I was looking at when I went to get my hair cut there because I didn't go to the regular, you know, saying joint barbershop. I went there and then
Yeah,
I started looking. They had a decent setup, you know, and then all of a sudden one of them had a book, a textbook, a real thick textbook. I'm like, what the hell is
yeah,
that? You know, 'cause I like books and reading books. And he's
yeah,
like, "Oh,
yeah,
that's part of the course, bro. I gotta like, man, you gotta read. Like, I thought they just teach you that off, you know what I'm saying? Grab this and that and do this and that. But
yeah,
you know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah.
You're talking about like a thorough, you know what I'm saying, class where they had books where they talk about the anatomy in the hair, you know what I'm saying? They had dandruff and all this other stuff. I'm like, man, that's straight overkill, though, now. You know, it's like, man, bro, I want to get that license when I head out. Like, well, hey, you got to do what you got to do. But, you know, I mean, you're actually that's dead. You know, that's dead. You know, it's just like the skin. You know, we're like snakes. You know what I'm saying? You just peel off, you know, a lot of dead skin. You know, so they said that in one study that you can actually build up a whole room full of nothing of dead skin during the lifetime of a human being. But same thing with hair. You know, it's like it grows, it's dead, but I mean, it keeps growing. But you know, just to be able to understand, you know, like straight to the root of of that career. I didn't read it or get interested, but like, man, what else can you really want to, you know, need to learn for that? But you know, it was part of the curriculum, you know.
I forgot what military movie it was that the ex general or something like that, ex military leader. You know, he didn't let nobody in his house because of that same reason. You know, he was like a germaphobe, and he knew that a lot of dust in our homes. It's not dust, bro. It's falling. You know what I mean? Falling skin cells. You
But
know,
I mean, people like that. I mean, it's like that psychology. I just can't imagine, you know, like the analysis of a psychoanalysis of a person that suffers from that. Because I mean, I watched when cable had just came out, right? They were, you know,
yeah,
HBO was like the thing and whatnot. But you know, there was one. It was similar to like Tales of the Crypt stories, you know,
yeah,
just straight off the
yeah.
wall, psych. But there was this dude, a scientist, but he had to have everything was white, you know, the tile, the walls, you know, and I mean, if you were have everything sealed up, you will die because you know, there's no air. How is the air going to come inside? You know, what I'm saying to survive in there. So obviously, this, you know, the wind's gonna blow dust or whatever the case may be. Who knows how them spiders, you know, the little you get webs everywhere. But it was a tripped out, you know, what I'm saying, story or whoever, you know, the script writers were for that, you know, little episode. But
a
I
lot of
mean,
people a lot of people suffer from compulsive disorders, you know, and they all start when they're young, you know. They imagine something, they hear something, and they just, you know what I mean, they just make it more bigger than what it is, you know. A
Sigmund
lot of
Freud
them.
pretty much said that your personality is pretty much established by the age of 5, right? And then so as you keep growing, it's just developing those same roots of those of
Yeah.
whatever traits that you have established have been imposed on you, and some that you have mixed with your own, and whatever, you know, saying however you know look at it, but. You know, so your personality. So you're by 5, you're already the complete person. It's just evolving. So when you get old,
You know, I'm a big believer now, especially, you know, this is like my latest versions. You know, I recommend parents to get their child's astrology chart. You know what I mean? To get it from the time they're born and everything, so they can figure exactly what you're saying out. You know, get a understanding of
those
of those
energies.
quirks, strengths and weaknesses. And if you're a wise parent, then you will start already, you know, working on that, you know, personality. Like if you know that your son or daughter is coming like with a bossy attitude or a tyrant type of mentality, then you start, you know, you start teaching them the lessons of, of compassion, I guess. You know what I mean? Or vice versa. If you know that your son or daughter is gonna be, more kind of like a weak link, then you start showing them how to, you know what I mean, boss up type things, because this life, that's what it's all about. We all come with strengths and weaknesses, advantages and disadvantages, and some are polished, some are not. you know I definitely believe that now. I didn't believe that back then. That goes back to what we were talking about, the calendars, about the because when I heard you on your lesson, and especially when you brought out the calendar, I heard a lot of similarities, with the zodiac. Basically, it's a calendar. You know what I mean? And one of the things that was more interesting is when you said that on one of the pictures, you don't know exactly why, but it's backwards. You know what I mean? That the alligator or the dragon is supposed to be on the day side, but you had it on the night side because of the picture. That's how it was. And then I was actually looking up at that same time. I was looking up the ages, right? Because the regular signs, when you talk about the regular signs, the first sign is Aries. Aries. That's the first sign. That's the first sign that starts the cycle. But when you're doing the ages, when you're doing the ages cycle, which is 2000 years or 2160, it goes backwards. You go from back to start. So maybe that's why, the one that how you had it, maybe that's why it was the way it was. But it was just a similarity because I believe it's the same system that we're looking at. You're just looking at it through a Aztec lens, and I'm looking at it through a zodiac lens. I don't know if I made sense.
You see that profile I got on today? That's You see that spiral?
Yeah.
That's actually the like the core. Once you understand, the for the lack of a better word, the Aztec calendar is that's the core right there. That's the essence of it. When you look at all the math, because at one point, once you learn it, I mean, you're gonna learn symbols. Like the days. It could be a lizard, one lizard, or 10 rain or whatever. But but once you start getting deep into the study of it, it becomes nothing but numbers. It's like
Yeah.
it is nothing but numbers. It's
Yeah.
sequencing and sequences. But when you look at it and you post it, there's like oh man, it's like information overload at points. Sometimes when I try to, it's like because like for instance, when you look, is there's so many
Get
because
it,
I
get
so
it,
many things
get
I
it
would like.
together, Mesh. Get it together.
There's so many things that I could bring out to try to make sense out of it, but it's like too early in the
Well,
game to
well,
try
for,
to even get
well,
there.
right,
You
right.
know,
Well, first of all, understand that I understand what you be saying. You know what I mean? Like I understand another person. You're just speaking like gibberish. You know what I mean? Because they're not. A lot of people run from numbers and everything like that, and I used to be like that. But like I told you, like for the last like since 2020, bro. Like I made up my mind to get into having a more intimate relationship with numbers. You
right?
know, so and then let me see if I could share some. But I understand what you're saying. Like it's all numbers, bro. You brought up another. You had it in Spanish, but I study the same thing in English, which is the I was gonna say the cymatic, but it's the sound. You know what I mean? The sound creates patterns, and
Right.
um these patterns are geometric. They're not a flukes, they're not randoms. You know what I mean? Like I've learned this through music, that certain frequencies create certain tones. Like it's not a fluke that you know the low tones, that's basically, what I mean, even in music, the 808s and stuff like that, and they're on low frequencies. We want to be on high frequency. The frequency of love, I believe, is 526. You know what I mean? So, and I'm just a newbie at this. You know what I mean? So imagine like later on when I start really understanding. I even got myself a set of tuning forks, bro. That's how. That's
That's it.
how that's how kind of advanced I am. That I
Till I forget Spanish fly, I'm gonna get this frequency and try to transmit it towards that female over there like a little laser. And
well, yeah. It's not about the frequency thing because I
but
already I think I told you before, bro. I'm not looking. I don't chase no more. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for who's looking for me. You know what I mean? That's I expect them, to knock at my door. Somebody be like, when they see a winner, they be like, you know what, you're the one. So then come on, you know what I mean? Come join the team.
all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah. But I'm not chasing no more, bro, because because it's another thing, bro. Like we were talking about earlier, bro. Like too many are lost in the sauce, bro. I have no time to be fixing people, you know what I mean? Or to be like, to get
And got
somebody
my
in a
own.
relationship mode. Like, no, bro, I could do bad all by myself. You know what I mean? So, like what we saying, frequency, bro. Once we in the same frequency, like I believe, the brothers in the brotherhood, you know what I'm saying? In the society that we're trying to build, I believe we're in the same frequency. I don't believe we're the same frequency, because we all got different still. But like for example, on this topic, right? On this topic, bro, I believe that that's why I believe that it's very important for us to keep, having these conversations, you know what I mean? So we can start keep
Little
understanding,
pieces.
like, huh?
Yeah, it's like getting them little pieces of the puzzle because it could help you out later down the line, or help me if I hear something like, okay,
Right.
what, I had that, saying in
Yeah.
my, because it's like, for instance, with that little picture with the spiral, because the calendar is, saying the actual simulation of, saying our galaxy, the spiral galaxy, that is the calendar. If I would, there's like, you could have like, I could bust out some names that are, if you don't know the calendar, it's like you're not gonna know what I'm saying. But just to like put it in you could say I could put three different calendars, of the same, on the Waka, Native American, or whatever you want to call
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they're gonna be the same calendar, say, well, so you would think, like, okay, so they all got to be the same date then, but it's not. It's because it's barely like it's during this Renaissance, it's being revived. You know what I'm saying? And so you're
Exactly.
gonna have different branches of people coming out and then I've seen them go at it, and I'm like, they're at that high level, But anyway, to get to the point is that I could bust down like three or four calendars. They all may have the same year, but they deviate with the month or the dates. But the thing is that there's one in particular, or actually two, but they're all the same
Mhm.
eventually. That they actually have the way they set up the calendar is like, man, bro, it's like it's like the wheel, what I'm saying, and all the sporks is similar to what you see here, and they're gonna at one point the cycles end and begin with those little highlighted parts. So when you actually look at that, you see the like one would say the sacred geometry or whatever, you know what I mean? You
Yeah.
could get deep into it, and then it's actually they're emulating, what I'm saying, the galaxy, bro. It's like they were the genius of how it was, what I'm saying, constructed and built upon by even generations after the creation. Is That's why, I mean, it literally is the galaxy, bro. Because that's where it's measuring, is the universe, the luminaries, and
Right.
and it's I don't know what words to put, bro. But these our people were nothing nice, bro. Spiritually and intellectually. That's why it kind of makes me laugh when you hear all the garbage in schools, that that they came and brought a civilization, my boy. Saying they adjusted their calendar from that garbage, that Julian calendar, to the Gregorian, and it's still defective, nothing compared to ours, bro. So to me is that they took from us and learned from us, because at what point have they been using this so-called procession or a Gregorian zodiac, because at one point I get it, because you look at the universe, especially now, because even scientists and NASA is learning certain things that our people already knew and have in codices, but you will say like, man, how did they know that? It's like they didn't have a sextant or what they call that little apparatus where, like, when they're in the waters and they look at the stars and measure the stars with their earthly locations.
Mm-hmm.
Man, what do you think all those temples were? But well,
Exactly.
you bring up a temple like, oh no, y'all were doing human sacrifices. Y'all were beasts. I mean, come on, bro. But anyway, I'm gonna deviate from that. But yeah, our people were geniuses, bro.
Yeah, that's why I believe that we should understand how in general, like psychology, how people learn, how the brain learns. Also understand that we got to break spells. So I believe that we should teach little by little. You know what I mean? Like
And that we
you
got to
know
break.
little by little, and then just keep hopefully bringing people along, and then hopefully later on we are teaching sacred geometry and higher realms of numbers. See, I totally understand when you say about the Aztecs, because I was watching this course, which I'm trying to find it to show it, but um it was about numbers, right? This is one of the courses that helped me understand about numbers, and it said that different societies had different systems of mathematics, like the Aztecs and others too. I think the Mayas, they had like you already mentioned it before, because I remember their system was based on 20. You know what I mean? And there's other systems that I think the Egyptians was based on 60. you know so they weren't using the same mathematics that we use now. It was a different mathematics. So how can we resolve? It's just like with language, right? I said about the Bible and about other times, bro. It's like these words that we're using now, they're not the same words that they were using back then. The word was the same, but it was a different meaning. And we're trying to understand what they were thinking and understanding back then, but we're using the definitions like we know of now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what you get for. That's what I get for having I got hard drives everywhere and CPUs. Este,
I want to go buy me a 5 terabyte uh uh memory. The
one of those, yeah, the portable ones.
yeah, the portable. I just seen a 5 terabyte one, and it's
Yeah, that definitely has to get. You always gotta have backups, bro. That's why I don't keep nothing hardly ever. And I always get a computer for, where it's never connected to the net. you know, and
yeah.
have your. But yeah, definitely no. But yeah, it's kind of, when I look at, it's like, for instance, now is everybody knows what is today. Today is the 19th. But man, that's like, I don't. That's where I get from. It's Monday, right? It's the.
Uh-huh.
But we don't. You will ask somebody, they will know the mechanical part of it. How it came to be that. So we just, for people, those are for, those astronomers, and and those that are in that profession, they keep track of time. Pero it's the same thing. It's not expect. I wouldn't expect everybody to learn, the calendar either. Saying like the deep. I mean, but it's so, once you get to see it in action, have somebody break it down to a point where it sparks a little, something in your brain. I mean, you just get addicted, bro. Along with anything else that interests you, Pero when you look at the mechanics of our calendar, bro, it will captivate you. But it trips me out, like when you start studying that, and then you see other brothers try to, break down Bible scriptures. It's nuts. They're trying to like get, like bring it down to earth, but like the verses. I mean, for one, you could get scientifical, but if you really, searching out the scientific part of it, but brothers just looking for the spiritual. But when they try to talk about time and the Sabbaths and in those cycles in the to 72 73s, and but they look at those verses where each day is in a year, like Numbers 14 and 34, right? And they always say, well, get the other precept, you got to get a witness, what I'm saying? And then you're going to find it, obviously. You got it, in Ezekiel 4 and 6, they say each day is a year. You know, you could go to
Right.
Daniel 7:25, and then you go into Revelation, which talks about the 42 months. The same thing over and over. You got 3.5 years, but it's not really break. I mean, I never saw no one. I guess because they always, bashing, them Jewish people. You know, that it's like, how come they don't learn the Jewish calendar? You know, it's like, and then try to analyze it and then get your own understanding, because I'm not just accepting everything that I'm reading on the calendar, because I'm learning myself. It's not like I got it down to a T, but I'm getting there.
Yeah.
But the point is that I'm testing it too. It's like, for instance, if the whole thing of science is that like the next man should be able to recreate, saying or will recreate what you produced. You know what I'm saying? So if he comes out with the same, same results, then okay. So there's a pattern. So there's consistency here. So this is truth. You know what I'm saying? A little soft truth. You know what I mean? A scientific truth, data. Statistical truth. But
Right.
you're going to be able to come up with the same thing. So I'm actually doing that, breaking it, starting from like the 1507, and then just keep the sequence, saying, into the present, not just the years, but everything, the days and the months and everything. And that way I can actually see, all the engine, so when I do come across this, like I'll put a board, with 5 pictures of 5 different perspectives that everybody's pushing, and then I could see where this guy is talking about, then that guy, so I could start understanding, exactly what they're, or try to get towards or lean more towards the one that is actually making more sense to me. So, because at one point it's like you're gonna find somebody, is lying, because a lot, like the main beef with a lot of them is the leap year, you know. And one says that it's not, and the other one says that it is, and that's why you will see one calendar where it duplicates, the one day, the same day at the end of one cycle and such. And I mean, but I'm actually trying to prove it, what I'm saying? So, these guys, I would respect more, apart from, because just learning those scriptures is not making you a scientist, what I'm saying, or a professor or a high level, what I'm saying, person on the calendar, or the luminaries, or the cycle with the sun and the moon. So you just know a couple of verses, or multiple verses. But I mean, if you don't know how to break it down in a calendar fashion, because they all got different Shabbat days or different doctrines on it. So it's like, when I try to hear them, I don't knock them, like, that's your level of understanding, cool. But I didn't really get much, so hopefully I'll get to hear a brother that breaks, as I try to, sometimes you could just grab those lessons from each one and then just break down, get rid of all the mumbo jumbo, all the, attacks on whoever, and just get what they're talking about, break down the core of the lesson, and try to, and then you'll see their system and something, and it lacks in a lot of areas, bro. I haven't seen one to break down any real good lesson, saying that, you can actually put it, or prove it. But I don't think, it's not to try to go bashing anybody, but it's just like, based on what I'm understanding and learning on the calendar here, it's a little bit more sophisticated than what they're having, and they're using just the moon, and with our calendar, we're using the moon, we're using the sun, we're using Venus, we're using Pleiades, and then it's all measured out to the same, saying galactic, saying the measurement, bro. That's where you get down with the long count, bro, with the 20s, which it's about to conclude as far as our calendars, because everybody got a calendar, but seems like, even with the Gregorian, not everybody understands it. Don't even know what the hell is a long count, or that
I mean, they're not really,
don't.
the Europeans, they're like, they're basically just like a freestyling, you know what I mean? Because you know, their history is the European history is really not a good history, because it says that in 711, when the Moors got there, they were dying out. You know what I mean? They were dirty. You know what I'm saying? They were dying because of filth and disease. You know what I mean? And that the Moors, the Arabics, they showed them, they brought soap over. You know what I mean? Even the people from Andalus said that, you know what I mean? they were in a point of being uh, extinct. And then when the Moors came, they brought prosperity with them. So
Civilization.
civilization, like this is a well-known fact that Europeans hide because you know because like even in Latin America, they have a European high standard. You know what I mean? I even had to check some family members because I got irritated when I would hear um, some family members say like, "Oh, look at the baby! Look at the pretty blue eyes! Look at the pretty blonde hair!" But I never seen them. You know what I mean? Talk like that to a brown-eyed, brown hair. You know what I mean? Or brown skinned baby. You know what I'm saying? So I had to check them like, you know what I mean? Like you need to stop that. You know
But
what I
you know
mean?
what? That's all over, Latin, all the Americas, because
That's what
you
I'm
know
saying. That's
the
what I'm
thing is,
saying.
they that's like big, or and that's that all that subliminal. That's all the
Yeah,
indoctrination that they're not even
right.
aware of. But it's like when I had a relative, saying, sell that property to my family. One of them was like, man, they looked at my cub and it's like, oh, damn, he looks just, and he said something, and I was like, what did he say? He's like, he looks like such and such. And like, what, like, but what's the big deal? She's like, no, it's because my kid came out with light and color eyes, and
Yeah.
then they were saying that he was looking like one my great grandfather, something like that. You know what I'm saying? And they have portraits of him y todo el pedo, and then gets other colors, and I'm like, man, bro, but yes, definitely is that they and they suffered, like the old school suffers from that. You gotta, like over here it's like, oh, si fueras güera de ojo azul, or si fueras de San Pedro, because San Pedro is all the wealthy, saying Europeans, or Jewish people.
Yeah.
That's that 90210, so like si fueras de San Pedro, toda fresa, But anyway, but yeah, it's like everything on TV is that. So it wouldn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me to hear that.
Yeah, you got to understand, like what you said about earlier. I was going to tell you about, the supposedly the word bashing that you said, bro. We're in a perfect time to bash, bro. It's not talking bad about if whoever catches feelings, if the shoe fits, wear it type shit. But like what we said about building. But right now, it's time to destroy the false narratives. You know what I mean? It's like when we talking about numbers. It's like if you don't feel it, you don't understand it, either get down or lay down. You know what I'm saying? Like be part of it or get out the way, because it doesn't, we're in the age of reason now. You know what I mean? Like when you were talking about, you're not trying to bash these other brothers using that logic, but bro, they got to understand, like that's the reason why I posted about the age of Pisces, right? That the age of Pisces was from the year 0 to 2160, that we're still in. But the point is that they're using old code. That's the old code, you know. And you being knowing about the computers, there's a new code. You know what I mean? And the people that's not that's on old code, they're still on what's the old? They're still playing Atari. You know what I mean? Or Windows XP or whatever them first ones were. You know what I mean? Where we're dealing with new code, and we're not saying one is better than the other. It's just the different time, bro. We're in a different time where right now, bro, we're beginning a new age. Just like the same cycles what you're talking about in the same Aztec. You know what I mean? That this is a new time for new things, and if they're gonna get bashed, it's not like we're bullying or like we're talking down upon them. It's just like it is what it is, bro. You're trying to
Level up, man.
yeah, you got to level up, but like with we're trying to hammer in a nail, but you're using a screwdriver to hammer a nail, bro. We got to use the proper tool for the job.
I was
Or
looking at.
go ahead.
No, I was
No,
gonna say
go ahead.
that I was looking at. I don't know what it was. If it was a book or I was a lesson. But anyway, it was like a reminder, like on the calendar. You
Yeah,
got the center, you got the Nahuiolin, you got the four eras or the four ages.
yeah,
It's the But it was highlighted that during each of those transitions,
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
it was
yeah.
it was it was it was, it was destruction. It was the end of one, and it was a climatic, say apocalyptic, form of change. It's not going to be something nice. And then the thing is that with this, it, and we're about to, well, not about, but we're close to, how they say, as far as the brothers that bring out the biblically, as far as saying the what was that in Second Esdras, I think, or in Esdras, they talk about that we're on the 10th, that when he was written, it was on the half of the 10th, if you want to call it, cycle. There's some basically
Mhm.
11 and 12, saying to for the end of the biblical end, or the apocalypse,
Yeah.
or whatever you want to call it. But
Mhm.
he said that when he wrote it, it was towards the end of the 10th, and it was written supposedly around approximately 500 BC. So este so at what point is like, okay, so now, are we over, like we at the 12th now, like halfway to the 12th? It will close, like, saying the little like, where from now, from then, are we at now? But even with our calendar, saying it prophesies the same thing, that the end of the fifth sun, or the fifth age, or the fifth era is going to be at 2079. So that time is come for that change to, is coming. And
Right.
maybe if we live to 100, saying, but at least my Cubs are knowing that time is coming. And our prophecies have hit the T, and that's coming. And
You
so I
know,
believe it's going to come.
there is a debate among. I bet you, I don't know it, right? And I, excuse my language, I said bet. I would guess that even in your area, there are people that debate these things, right? Some people that say this year, some people say other years, or have different, like what you said about the alligator, that there's a debate. Some say it's an alligator, others say it's a dragon. You know what I mean? So there is room for, flexibility. Nobody knows for sure, kind of like what the Bible, that says that, nobody knows the exact day of certain prophecies. Only God is it, that's what we just want to be, like they say in Spanish, en la jugada. You know what I'm saying? We just want to be on the right side of things. You know what I mean? Like
But you
we
know
don't
what, to
go
add
ahead.
to that, is basically the difference. When I brought that up, is like, how should I put this? Is the it's like, if you're gonna I don't want to use sports, but saying the thing is the agreement is not on the year, the disagreement, or it's basically so minute. Is yes, there's a margin of, I don't know, I don't want to call it error, but it's because, saying it's being revived. I mean, because a lot of it's just like 3 months ago, they just came up with and the dude that brought it out, they created their own religion here. And yes, there's a lot of people down in here, and a lot of people from out, from different countries in Latin America and Europe, be connecting to those conferences, and many of them come because of those conversations with these guys.
Yeah.
And so the point to that is that, the difference is not much. I mean, but the thing anyway, but to get to that dude, is that he said that he pretty much lived out a Indiana Jones experience, to where he bumped into some of the Maya brothers that were hidden in the woods, literally, and still live. Saying they really have no contact, with they don't want to integrate into society.
Right.
But they said they came across a book, Chilam Balam, that they've been safeguarding for so many centuries. And then anyway. One of the guys that I follow off of that, they created the Iglesia Tolteca in and the university. But the thing is, this guy has written multiple books, and he's a beast at the calendar. But anyway, he said that he got that the guy that found it is part of his congregation that found him, and was allowed and blessed to get the book, to transcribe it, and not so it won't be lost, because he said, if this is the only copy, anyway, he got a hold of it. He translated it, because saying he's an anthropologist and linguistic, and he said, hey, according to him, I got the book because they shared it. I haven't got the chance to read it, but he said that it proved that there was a leap. But he was throwing it at the other guy that doesn't follow it. The leap year. But despite the leap year, the years are correct with all of them. They're the same, but it's just that, one, you may see one day, I could pull up the calendar, saying it would be one, and the other one's the other. It's like, what?
I mean, the leap year, all it is because, what do they teach us in school? How many days are there in a year? Like if you ask a general person on the street, or well, shit, if you ask it in the United States or something, they won't even know the basic numbers because they've been dumbed down so much. But back in the days, like anybody would tell you 365. That's what I believed the majority of my life, until later on they told me that it's actually 0.25, or a quarter. You know what I mean? And that's why every 4 years you add a day. You know what I mean? For every quarter, 365.25. 365.25. 365.25 times 4, you add that 1, so that becomes the leap year. But the reason, because of that point, is because of the mathematics that they're using right then. I told you that the ancient math, they had a different structure. They had different mathematics. So I bet you it was more exact. It was kind of like I wanted to show you this course where I learned about Pythagoras and everything, and it talked about that. I didn't even know about it, that Pythagoras, he had a cult of vegans, what I mean, vegetarians, and they killed him, what I mean, because he was trying to put order in things, and people don't like order in this world, bro. Like if you're trying to put order and help people to organize, they're gonna kill you, bro, because what I mean, everybody want to do whatever they want to do. You know what I'm saying? So it's not in your best interest to try to
Oppose the common.
put order. You know what I mean? Like this realm is, what I mean? This realm is for chaos and disorder, bro. The few of us that want to be ordered, then we might be considered, what I mean, we're going to be appreciated when we're gone, you know what I'm saying? Because, we're different. But this is what it is. And that's why, we need to let people that like I don't know where I got it from, because I know the Bible don't talk about, but the angels cannot make you do anything. Can nobody make you do anything in this realm? The devil can't even make you do something. The angels can't make you do something. They could influence you, right? They could whisper in your ear. They could, hey, you know what I'm saying? They could root for you and all this, but they can't make you do nothing. That's where I believe, what I mean? That's where people kind of like, I see it like, the story of Job, right? They're betting on you. One side is saying, I bet you he fails. I bet you he drinks. I bet you he fucks up. I bet you. And the other side is being like, I bet you he don't. I bet you he stands strong and stands on business. And they're just
There was earlier today. There was well, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but it came to mind a moment ago when you were talking about something, but it just kind of like skipped my mind as we kept talking. But there was an interpretation of that same part of the Bible where it talks about when JC was on when he was being tempted, but according to the person that I was listening to, was saying that it was really, I guess he was trying to use that psychological saying breakdown, that it was not he wasn't really talking to the devil, that the devil really doesn't exist, saying I guess he was pushing, he was saying that he was pretty much talking to himself, that his inner demons, his inner self, saying, and it goes down to the same thing with the avatars, where they're saying that, you ever seen that? I forget the name of that movie where a dude or girl snaps, does a ring around or like a glass with a spoon. They did a little psychological move on dude, and dude just became immobile, and she penetrated his subconscious. And he got dug deep inside, that he was like in tomocosis, so to speak, or in a coma, that there's a lot of you could dwell in the conversation just specifically on that. If it's really, saying, if we consider this a vessel, then we are the only ones alone. It's just like when a person is possessed, they have multiple entities in it, so it's it could be more than just one. Is it really you? Is it or is it like a tag team? One goes out, one goes in, or I mean, that's a whole another conversation. But
bro, well, how many times have we done said, bro? The mind is it's all, bro. That's all we need to understand, bro. How people think, how they act, why they act, the mind, bro. And I just said earlier, bro, I speak to demons. You do you see the screen?
I see my. You gotta get rid of my. I mean, I see. Okay. There's a lag time on this. Yeah.
What you see?
What app is that, or is that a picture?
No, it's a. Am I sharing the screen? Yeah, I think I'm
Yeah,
sharing the screen.
it was the universe. You had some stars up there, but I can't. It's
Okay.
like small.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
It's a video. I'm gonna press play. See, tell me if you see.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. The processions. There's no audio.
There's no audio.
No, but you
There
got
should be
the
audio.
captions on.
Okay, let me try it again. There's no audio though.
No.
Let me try that again. Then let me see if I can. Because it
I
talks.
think
It talks. Go ahead.
I think you're gonna enjoy my next. Well, it's not my next. It's still part of the first class, but lesson. But I think you're gonna enjoy the next one.
Yeah, like I totally understand because what you're talking about. Because basically, I'm into that. You know what I mean? Like I'm already learning, but it's been a long road. Like
Yeah, definitely.
I could understand. I could understand. You know what I mean? I don't see it like it's for everybody, bro. Like I understand now that not everything's for everyone, bro. You know what I mean? Like like kind of like in a shot caller situation, right? Like, bro, it just anybody can't be a shot caller. You know what I'm saying? or
It's just
or
like
a
a stock
leader.
owner of stocks. You don't know nothing about business, but I'm gonna put a little some on in buy some shares, get buy make you money, you make me money, but you go handle the business. It's like you said earlier. It's not everybody. That's why I pay taxes. It's because not everybody's meant to be a politician or an economist.
Here, let me try it again with the audio. Let me see. Can you hear that?
No, but when you right click up top on the tab, like right click it, like on see if the speakers on. When you
No,
right
I
click
mean
it,
I hear it. I hear it.
okay, it's got
So
to
you
be
know what I
something
mean?
with the
Oh,
live,
try
but you
try
can
try
read it.
try this. You're on StreamYard, right? You're listening on StreamYard, right?
Well, I think so.
If you go to YouTube, see if like to our
Okay, you know
video,
what?
right?
Yeah, let me go to get one of those regular. Okay, but it's a lag, so I gotta wait. But yeah, go ahead. You want to play? Oh no, it's because let me go to the end. But play it. Please.
No audio still.
Nah, but I can read it though. Just let it play and let whoever
Okay.
can hear it.
All right. there's a error in this, but it's more about this the equinox. So so this is the 26,000. Actually, it's 25
Yeah, some change. Is there's a gap?
950, 25 950,
It's not a
25
complete.
950.
Basically, all the
Yeah, it's not,
calculations have an adjustment. But the interesting part is that when you look at that, it's based on that of what you're talking about them Greek astronomers, is that it was so because everybody goes, everybody understands that the Greeks learned everything from the Egyptians. Is a lot. There's books written that they pretty much stole, in the Alexandria after it was conquered, and they just recreated it and put their names on it. But
yeah,
but anyway,
they can't be trusted. They can't be trusted.
so the thing, but the point I'm trying to make is that because usually, like, what everybody always goes to the Europeans as like 300 BC. You know what I'm saying? When they were actually came out like in the political scene, in the world,
Yeah,
chessboard. But the thing is that like like I don't like using that, but I guess that's people's understanding. But the Aztec calendar is already, it's like we already have documentation. It's like we have our Bible is the calendar because it's giving you all the history of that 26-year, saying cycle that it's going to complete in 2079. Saying that it is like the four eras where the four, it's the long count we've had our, like in the slabs in the pyramids and in the other artifacts, but the calendar itself, we have history that goes 26,000 years ago. So that's why it's mind boggling that people, it always passes through their head, is that we have that documented in the calendar. We're completing that long count, or that, saying that procession of the equinox of 26,000 years. So that's what people are not getting, is that you got this guy in 3 or 1 BC or 4 BC. You may even go with the Egyptians to go 3,000 BC. We're going 26,000. That's why, as far as any close evidence to what brothers can use, that they say this is the old world, that calendar, the history behind that calendar, completing that long count or cycle, is that evidence, bro. Because once you start looking or investigating those past eras, because we're in the fifth sun, so investigate the fourth sun, third sun, second sun, and the first sun, and then you're going back 26,000 years ago, bro.
right. I hear you. Hey, let me know if you hear it, because I just tried something else. Check it out. Listen.
Also affects the length of the year. Now, you can measure the length of a year several different ways. One way is to look at the seasons. This is called the tropical year. Another way is to look at the positions of the stars. This is called the sidereal year. In January, the sun is in the
This is. Can you hear it now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. So this is really interesting. Like, this is. Let me know if you knew this already, because this is really interesting.
This is called the sidereal year. One way is to look at the seasons. This is called the tropical year. Another way is to look at the positions of the stars. This is called the sidereal year. In January, the sun is in the constellation Capricorn, which means children born in January have Capricorn as their astrological sign. Over the course of a year, the sun moves through all the signs of the zodiac. Once the Earth is back in its original location, we have completed one sidereal year.
See, so when it's our solar return, bro, we supposed to be saying, "Hey, happy." You okay?
Yeah, I'm getting some tech issues, but go ahead.
So so when it's your solar return, we supposed to say, "Hey, happy sidereal." You know what I mean? Because you're going back to the exact spot.
But the tropical year doesn't depend on the Earth's position. It depends on the Earth's axis. When the North Pole faces away from the sun, we in the Northern Hemisphere experience the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year. If you measure the length of time between two winter solstices, you get a tropical year. So, what's different? Well, if the Earth's axis is moving, it could line up with the sun before the Earth has returned to its original location. This is what happens. Although the effect is small, the axis only moves about 1/100th of a degree, and a tropical year is only 20 minutes shorter than a sidereal year. How did this affect the development of the calendar? Let's go back to the Romans. You may remember Julius Caesar as the man who conquered the Gauls, overthrew the Roman Republic, and named the month of July after himself. But in his free time, he cleaned up the Roman calendar, which was a total mess. Before Caesar, the calendar lasted between 355 days and 378 days. Caesar put it at 365 days, with a leap day every 4 years. This was the Western calendar, until Pope Gregory XIII said, "That's not good enough." He removed some of the leap days to better match the length of a tropical year. The Gregorian calendar wasn't adopted in Russia until 1918, and as a result, the Russians showed up at the 1908 Olympics 12 days late. Why did Pope Gregory base our calendar off the tropical year? What if he had used the sidereal year?
Imagine it's the year 15,000 AD.
And Americans are celebrating Christmas in the middle of summer. And that is what a sidereal calendar would mean. Now, a tropical calendar gets the seasons right, but it puts the Earth on the opposite side of the sun
in the year 15,000.
And so, Geminis will be born in December, Cancers in January, Leos in February, Virgos in March. Everything will be backwards. And as we know from astrology, the position of the sun and planets at the moment you were born predicts all future events in your life. Here's a chart showing you the positions of the planets when I was born. As you can see, I am destined for greatness. Don't believe me? Just look at my horoscope today. Today, you will make a YouTube video. Some people will think that you love astrology, while others will think you're being sarcastic. But everyone will love your video.
Insight. And then there's another part where he corrects himself that he made a big blunder on the video.
Oh, I didn't know I was in mute. But you know the I guess maybe it's good that everybody has their own, calendars, because then you would have a little bit more closer to a one world government, because despite their shortcomings in their calendar, this Gregorian calendar, it's like what I'm sure that the Chinese, Islam, Persia, they all have their own ear,
Yeah, there's actually like 23 different. I believe last time there's like 23 different or 33 different calendars in the world, bro.
This one that is being used, this European calendar, is not that it's because it was chosen, it was imposed upon, saying our people. So it's not like it was okay. This is the best option because they're the most. It's a Rolex, it's like nah. It's like right now, bro. Believe me, saying it's you don't have to believe me, but man, bro, there's a big revival over here within our people, bro. That I'm just nothing near close to their understanding. But it's what trips me out is that what of a blackout the brothers in the States are in, So that's why I'm kind of leaning more towards trying to, do lessons for them, because I didn't have that type of information they had down here, So, but yeah, definitely, it's just like if they have their calendar, why can't we have, accept ours? Unless it's that Stockholm syndrome or whatever or because you don't have to understand the mechanical part. It's just learn how to go by it, because it does have. There's like for instance with those guys that have that Tolteca University,
Yeah.
they do pull out, their, if you want to call it, what do you call that thing when the old boy just read horoscope, you know
Yeah.
uh they do they do read people's horoscopes, and tell you what the energies are influencing you, and what, you and your region, and but but yeah, it's definitely good to but when you're dealing with the brothers in the biblical part, is that you know you have to break it down to them with biblical verses too as well, because there's everything is I mean, you'll find it throughout the Bible when they talk about Orion, and Pleiades and the Sun and Venus, because the reason I bring this up is because we start hearing them about, no, saying they, them cats are off, because saying they're under that Esau culture or sellouts or whatever, but the Bible speaks on it as well, bro. It's the and uses it. So when they see, brother, people talk about horoscopes and everything, that they're into divinations, and they're lost in the sauce, as you say.
Yeah. You know, um, I believe, bro, that this ain't like these topics. I would like, for everybody, what I mean, to get into this, so we would have, like you say, the community, the community, everybody would know these things. So there's nothing really like hidden. But I think, bro, that at the end of the day, the topics that we're having it's priest talk. You know what I mean? Meaning that the priests of back in the days, they dealt with these things that we're interested in now. It wasn't for the average the average Joe. You know what I mean? Obviously, the farmer, they knew about certain things. You know what I mean? The moons and the cycles and stuff like that. But as far as, like, I think this calendar and everything like that, it was only the priests that were interested in this.
But not only that, I mean, it's just like R.I.P. to Bernie Mac, right? Where he said, "Man, we're grown folk." This is grown folk talk.
Yeah,
I'm saying what you thinking, and I'm saying what you can't say, because you in that church or in that congregation. What I'm saying? I know y'all thinking it. What I'm saying? So I'm spitting it out for y'all. It's basically the same concept. Is that what I'm saying? Because they don't have an answer. Because they're just on that one, book genius. Like this, all that they know. They really, because it's like we're already, you know our mileage is already kind of high, saying it's like that. We already studied, or delved into most of what we, invested our time and life force in. So it's like, nah, I gotta go pull up another book I don't know nothing about. It's like when
right,
I heard that when they were trying to, in that African American community, when I saw that that what they call them, the Mawaspies, saying they were trying to debate the one West. They were trying to get whatever, I forget his name is, the captain something. Is the But he accepted it, but then later down, saying he threw, he pretty much threw the white, saying, towel in, because it's basically on the same point I'm trying to make. Is that saying the difference was because the Mawaspies were blending in with the St. Louis camps, them honoring humility camp, saying, and that, so they were cross feeding each other, saying the Waspi and the Hebrew Israelite thing. So the Waspies already, they've dissected the book along with these other brothers, saying, and then so they were already familiar with this information, with the Bible and the precepts and the doctrines. So they knew the terrain. But over here and with East Coast, that cat didn't know nothing about a Waspy. And when they looked at it, he was probably looking at Chinese like, man, I ain't trying to get none of that. You know what I'm saying? So it was shut down, Nah, I ain't trying to, because he couldn't. How could he, chop up their doctrine or their Bible, because they got their own Bible, you know what I'm saying? Is that when you don't know nothing about it. So with the point I'm trying to go back to, the original point was that there's a lot of brothers that already, saying those that are like, there ain't too many like that are out there, trying to get, or blow that horn, or that banner, it's like they already, like this other brother, he said he was in the camps for 4 years, steadily, saying paying dues like however he was a dedicated follower, and then he
Yeah.
4 years is a lot. That's like a whole sentence, you know what I'm saying?
It's a cycle.
You know what I'm saying? And then the other brother, I imagine him, he pretty much, YouTube. That was his, church. Where he saw, look at the lessons from other brothers, which is good. But, what feed your whatever your mind, whatever it is that is moving, rocking your boat, just do your thing. But that was his church, and that's where he learned, because there didn't really was no camp where he was at. So basically, my point is, he spent all that time, and that's all they've been, pretty much preaching, bro. It's like, how could they get into something totally different? Like, man, what I gotta know about the stars and the calendars and all that, man, bro? You following the Shabbat? You trying to get to the close? Because when you really look at the Bible, bro, even when they were having the Last Supper, there was two Shabbats running at the same time, and nobody really talks about that, and it misses everybody's. So time is of an essence in the Bible, especially for those millennium, or not the millennium, but those apocalyptic ones that are already getting properties because they know something's happening, something's gonna happen. So time is of essence, but it's like I don't think they really have a formula, saying down packed where they can say. That's why they always hide behind that precepts, like, oh, we won't know because we're not God, we're not the creator, so, but they say that we would know the signs, but I mean, so obviously you're looking at the signs, whether they're socially or or the luminaries. So obviously you're delving into the same thing that you make accuse other brothers that that are into it a little bit more thorough and more professional manner, as like, oh no, they're going off, but you're doing the same way, but you're just doing it in a very generic, primitive, uneducated fashion. You're just going off of hunches, or this sounds right here and that sounds right over there, so I'm gonna go off with that. So this is the Shabbat, and I mean, I don't know if I'm just rambling now, but it's
Nah, I mean, it all. I mean, bro, like, there's so many things that we like know and we study, that sometimes we have to, like, go sometimes go around, and touch different topics, but it's all the same topic. You know what I mean? It's all about uplifting, knowing what time it is, literally. You know what I mean? What time is it? You know what I mean? What are we doing with our time? You know, who posted the other day, bro, that one about that one dude arguing with on a YouTube page, about what's his name? Judah something. You
oh,
know what
that
I
was
mean?
this is real, most likely, about Judah Nas.
That's what I said. I said it was. I said Mex's Real was the one who posted it, but Vlad said that he posted it. You know what I mean?
But
I was like,
what point of it? I mean, like,
I mean,
maybe.
they posted the link. You know what I mean? So I clicked on it and I watched it. You know what I mean? The one who he was talking about, the body bag. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, I
dude,
think that was that was that brother. Maybe Vlad might have thought that he was probably touching on, because I guess there was an exchange, and he probably thought that he said such and such, but he didn't. I don't think he shared the link. It was that or he probably,
right?
I don't
So
know. I have to look back
so I
at it.
brought it. I brought it up because to Vlad, because you know I watched it. It was only like 30 minutes or something, but that's a whole 30 minutes. But it was entertaining, bro. You know what I mean? Like the dialogue. I kind of felt like I was watching like the freestyle battles. I used to watch freestyle battles. You know what I mean? I used to watch a lot of things that were
Competitive.
like competitive, but also like unnecessary, because
Yeah,
that's where I was getting at. Like I watched it and it was entertaining, but I learned nothing, bro. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like it was a
yeah.
complete waste of time watching that, but it was entertaining though. You know what I mean? Like and then I went back to the discourse, and I heard the brothers' opinions. You had an opinion too. You know what I mean? And I mean, I watched it. It was entertainment. I liked how the dude at the end, like, was more logical, because dude, like he was frivolous. You know what I mean? Like his argument talking about he was looking for clout. You know what I mean? Like Brother Mex was saying. You know what I mean? That dude, the dude Judah, and then at the end of the dude just told him, bro, I'm gonna use your logic, boom, 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 and boom, right, and the video ended. You know what I mean? But the point was, bro, that I told many people ever since 2020, bro, like there was an awakening in me, bro. Like because I fucked up a lot of my life, you know what I mean? Watching sports, watching dumb things, you know what I mean? And I much rather be in this realm now with the mathematics and understanding the calendar. That's why I am looking forward to you explaining more about the calendar, you know what I mean? The Aztec calendar.
That was this one coming up. I think, is that actual lesson from the first one. The first one was just the intro, but this one is kind of. I'm just gonna touch on some of the wisdom from some of the masters already, because that's
Yeah.
to be able to show what the brothers are really missing out. Because if they just get stuck on that superficial part, then you know you're not really getting it. And why you speak on something you don't know nothing about? Because everybody got an opinion about our culture, but there's garbage or it's bullshit. That's what trips me out about the part. But I never heard brothers talk like that to like well, I
You
don't want
gotta
to start. Well, I don't want to say like like be so specific, but what I'm saying it's just these brothers that are in with that Bible, bro. It's like they just hate their history so much, bro. It's like it trips me out, and that's why I've seen that they really haven't grown to the point, because they don't really they're trying to teach our people, bro, but they're not really teaching them, bro. They're just like, I don't know, bro. It's just like they've been in an abusive relationship all their lives that they just want to spill that bad energy against our people, bro. I'm not perfect, and I know I got my flaws, bro, but saying, and if I'm wrong, I'll check myself. Saying, if I don't apologize to them or ever see them again, but I'll check myself and not do that again. But I'm not gonna spew my negativity on others. You know what I mean? And that's basically, I guess, that's their therapy. It makes them feel good to try to, scorn their people. Destroy their people when they thinking they're building them up, and that's the delusion that they have, that they're actually trying to build them up, and they're not. You know what I mean? And that's
Bro,
what throws me off.
that's exactly what you hit it in the head, bro. They're like in an abusive relationship, bro. That's like in that other channel. That's why there was always an argument sooner or later, bro. Like, you know what I mean? That's why all of a sudden everything was cool, respect. But in overnight, bro, it was just like everything was in shambles, bro. Just like in a abusive relationship, bro. That that 1 minute everything is cool, everything's lovey dovey, and then something, you know what I mean? Why you look at him that way? Why you like the picture? You know what I mean? And all of a sudden, you know what I mean? She's back at her mom's house. You know what I mean? He's at the casino, drinking it up. I mean, bro, like that's exactly like you hit it in the head, bro. You know what I mean? I
I
mean,
mean,
it's funny. It's funny, but you know what I mean. I'm not laughing, bro, because it is actually is sad that a lot of brothers and sisters, like I told you, bro. I'm all for the wisdom in any book. You know what I mean. The Bible has wisdom. There is, wisdom and great points, bro. But those people that take it like all those stories literally, and everything has to revolve around that book, bro. You know what I mean. That's a fallacy.
It's not even just the book, bro. It's nature. You know what I'm saying? It's you see all that science and all that wisdom are all around us. You know what I'm saying? Without it, you could appreciate the creator just through the creation. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what you're trying to understand. You're trying to understand, but these brothers, saying they just, I don't know. It is what it is, and I ain't trying to understand it or waste time on it. That's why, saying we powwow again. It's cool. So I'm gonna still build with them or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I'll just stay silent or just jump out and
They might be in a different state too. Once when we meet up again, they might be different or they might be deeper. We just don't know because people do change every day, bro.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's why I always try to be the best influence I can. You know what I mean? Because I know I'm the example. I didn't grown a lot because other people, in different areas have talked a certain way. Like people don't change by, on a fluke. You know what I mean?
And
like
peace,
everybody.
they gotta collide with somebody, and somebody gotta let them know their truth, because you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, bro, it goes down to ego and your human nature, bro.
Right.
It's not like you got an angel inside your vessel, and it's actually that you just glowing straight righteousness and everybody
Yeah.
sees it. You know what I'm saying? You're because they're pretty much, you know, they're what they're saying, and in the very, you see the patterns all the time, is that they, you know, saying, oh, well, how come our people don't wake up? What makes you think that they don't wake up? Because they're not watching you? Or is it you got to be the one at the center of everything? I mean, it's like, who is you? You know what I mean? We're listening to you, with, you know, because you bust down lessons or whatever. But it gets to a point, you start hearing that, you know, that repetitive, you know, saying subliminal garbage that they're spewing. They, you know, that they, you know, they're lacking understanding because they're destroyed. Man, my brother, what makes you think you're not? You know what I'm saying? What is it that, how come the Almighty hasn't blessed you with the spirit to be able to touch the rest of our people? So if they're not, if you don't got that gift, then obviously something, it wasn't meant for you. But don't try to act like everybody else is stupid but you, because you read it in a certain way, or trying to spit it in a certain way. Man, bro, if you haven't reached nothing or built nothing with our people, bro, then you should look at yourself. You lacking that gift. So you might as well listen to some other brothers that maybe you learn something too.
Yeah, I tried to hear that, pay attention to that tone or that ego in many supposedly YouTube teachers or
YouTube
content community type dudes, you know, that they really like they talk down, you know what I mean, instead of, you know what I mean, trying to, you know, teach and have compassion and lift everybody up. They'll like belittle them, you know, make them feel small, like, oh, you don't know this, you don't know that, you know what I mean, like nah, bro, even what we know now, bro, I do believe that we know more than other people. Like, for example, you with the calendar, you know more than other people, than the average, you know what I'm saying, bear, you know. And you, but you didn't, but you done said it multiple times. You know, there's other people that know a lot more than you in that area, and that's just what life is, bro. You know what I mean?
Where I stand, and I don't try to project that I'm above. I know there's, you know, like the mother brothers, you know, saying that are really real masters at it, but it's just that no, I think that it's just that these brothers are under that spell, bro, of that camp. You know, those camps. They say that they're out of it, but then they're just, you know, that's their MO. You know, they just can't get out of it.
Just listening to y'all, you know what I mean? I done heard y'all mention BHIs and LHIs a lot of times, and I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, since I'm like totally, like, I'm not under no spell like that, you know what I mean? But I didn't heard y'all mention, like, you know, these BHIs, and I had to figure that out, you know, what that meant, because I didn't even know what that meant, bro. You know what I mean? Until Vlad like hit me and he broke it down to me, and I guess they understood that you know, because I really that didn't come from that field. But I do feel like what you're saying though, bro. They have like this thug gangbanger, you know what I'm saying? Like just low frequency, but they speak of high poweredness though.
Yeah.
You know,
and one of them what trips me out. I mean, not to, you know, just keep looking, trying to bash none of them, but it's just that looking at the brothers that are actually listening to them. I kind of try to make sense of it, because when I do think about it, you know, I have little moments about those brothers. Is that it kind of like I try to understand, like, what would it? I mean, is the lack of not having nothing else to watch, or having somebody else, you know, saying, because, you know, even if you will consider them a Christian, but not, you know, that doesn't really that do just speak about salvation, or whatever the case may be, or just a story, or a moral story off the book, right? I'm going to listen to anybody that's bringing out any lesson from the book, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, what is making them listen to those cats? Because one of them says, if I'm not doing this, I'm doing this other negative stuff. So you're not doing it for, you know, the sake of, you know, saying of the creator, or of loving, you know, saying that part, or that type of lifestyle, or the book. You're doing it because he's keeping you away from this demon over here. It's like, okay, I'm gonna hang out over here because the bully's over there, and I don't want to go over there. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna get my lunch money taken. So you're not hanging out with these people because you really like them. You're just trying to hide behind them. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of throws me off when you actually say that, like, oh, if I'm not doing this, I'll be doing that. I'm like, man, bro, you should be doing it because you love it. You know what I'm saying? You feel it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So What you're telling me is that you're really faking the funk. But if it's keeping you from that other negativity, man, go
That's
on here, bro. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Keep,
too.
keep at it. Yeah, definitely. Hopefully it breaks it down to the point where you're actually loving it, because, to me, that's not a root to stand on or a foundation to stand on. But hopefully you don't fall off and just at least, but
Yeah,
and
because we're all in transformation, bro, and transformation it takes time, and actually, the word transformation, there's a kind of pain that the transformation. It's not just a simple process, it's not just change. Change is change. Transformation, there's some type of pain or struggle, you know what I mean, that the process brings, so you can come out. That's like they say, you'll never see the caterpillar and the butterfly at the same time. You know what I mean? You're either going to be one or the other. you
that's
know
the key right there, bro, that a lot of people don't get. You know what I'm saying? I know it's not just with them Christians, you know what I'm saying? But even with them other brothers that think they got it with them camps, where it's about merit, bro. It's not
Right,
about
right.
everybody hides behind that grace as if it's just a time period where you can just get right. If you don't get right, then you're just gonna get it when because you didn't do it right, right? But the thing is that the point I'm trying to make is that it's about merit, bro. You got to earn your stripes. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? So it's if you don't if you fall short, is everybody always says is that because you're gonna be lacking, bro. Everybody's gonna be lacking. Is it? Because at the end, it does say that by the skin of our, you know what I'm saying? What's that phrase or what they say? You're gonna be scraping into salvation, bro. You're not just gonna be thinking that you walking all righteously, you know what I'm saying, on your feet, man, bro. You're gonna be dragging yourself to that because you're gonna be lacking in a lot of areas. Don't even though you may know all them precepts, so that's why I try not to. I always try to stay humble. They always say that they're humble, but everything that comes out their mouth is the opposite, and it
know,
sticks out like a sore thumb, bro. It's like you say you humble, they're like, where in that all your lessons that you got recorded, do you say that? Other than you saying that, but I don't see that in action. They just think they got it all down packed, bro, and that's the bad, saying place to
that's
be.
exactly the opposite of humble. you
Yeah.
know
Yes, I've heard them many times. If I could take a little snip off of every little, lesson they made, bro, I'll probably just, I don't know how
I mean,
long.
from what I've heard, just in that video with that dude, the one I just talked about, right? That he called, supposedly he called or went on that show looking for smoke. You know what I mean? And he got there talking real breezy. You know what I mean? Real arrogant. Like he, you know what I'm saying? Like he was flawless. And I've noticed that that's kind of part of the culture that they have. You know what I mean? Kind of like in the freestyle battles too. You know what I mean? That supposedly, your ego got to be real big. Like you got to think like you're the best. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? To get into those camps. But the problem is that can't everybody be the best?
See, I guess that's basically what society, bro, especially your upbringing, because everybody does feel, especially nowadays, is that they feel that they have to, say, expose their alter ego. That cat that they always want to be the coolest cat, the toughest cat, the smartest cat. You got to be, saying you got to be that guy. You know what I mean? So you got to go out there in that rink and do that. Saying Muhammad Ali. Saying attitude. And show
Yeah.
the world, man. But man, bro, then you
But
do.
but to nip it in the bud, bro, it's simply lack of love, bro. You know what I mean? Because you're looking.
Foundation, bro. It's like it's because how I mean, expressing all that mumbo jumbo, you know what I'm saying, or getting all hyped up, getting crunk with it, you know what I'm saying. But if you're, you're really lacking in the foundational doctrine, then all of a sudden brothers that are versed are gonna see that. They're like, man, this cat's full of crap, you know what I'm saying?
Right through you.
This. And I've seen a lot of that with many of the bus, but I mean, like, I'm not perfect myself. I still got things to work on. But the thing is that with some of the guys that are just make it so obvious, and it's like just too much, le ponen mucha labia, you know what I'm saying? They got to they put too much flavor into it, bro. You ain't gotta do all. Just be yourself, because that's a mask, a facade that you're pulling out to the public, bro. Just be yourself, man.
it's part of the process and part of the growth, bro. That's why, once again, I salute you, bro. We got to keep, just keep keeping on. You know what I mean? Every day, whatever. I know your days be full. You know what I mean? I don't know what time you wake up or what time you go to sleep or what time you take those power naps. You know what I mean? But you know, we just got to keep on keeping on. Just like with me, nobody knows, or I'm not exposing all the little things that I do on a daily. You know what I mean? I don't need to because I'm not looking. What I'm saying, for applause. You know what I mean? You know, because I'm on a different time level now. You know what I mean? I'm truly humble because I'm always feeling. I always have this like even when I'm like feeling myself for whatever reason, my true emotion is like, bro, like I'm so far behind. You know what I mean? Like, what I'm saying? Like, there's so many more books to read. There's so much other things to do. There's so much, you know what I mean? Like, even like what we talked about the calendar, right? That's just the tip of the iceberg, bro.
Yeah.
Like, we still gotta, like, like, that's why I liked how we got into it the other day, talking about the age of Aquarius and the numbers and everything, because
It's a
because of
lot.
that. Because of that, I went to go watch that video that I just showed you that talked about the 30 degrees. Now I understand what other people were saying about before. Like, I just got it, like I just got it.
See, yeah, definitely. It's because sometimes, it's like they're
I
they're
just got it
hiding
too.
they're hiding the formula within just words, rather
Yeah,
than show me the mathematical formula. For like, so I guess it's the learning process because sometimes they'll throw it out there like, and then I don't get it. Like, I got to read it like
it's
three or four
it's
times.
also it's also you sometimes. You feel me? Like, maybe it's not the right time where your mind is ready for it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like with me, bro. If you would like before, bro, my previous like years before, like many moons before, bro, I hated math. In third grade, bro, I told myself, third grade, I forgot how old you are, 11, 12, or younger, bro. But the point is, yeah, younger. You're younger in third grade. You're like 8, bro. In third grade, it's the same in Latin America. You start learning the basic multiplication and division, bro. And I told myself, I brainwashed myself, I hurt myself because I told myself that I'm not going to learn math. And I didn't. You know what I'm saying? I did a big disservice to myself. And I didn't have the right people around me, the right team to run counter intel on me. You know what I mean? And to show me that that's not the correct, that's not right. I shouldn't think like that. I have the potential. You know what I mean? It's not that I'm stupid. I just, for whatever reason, that happened. So
Shut
so that's my testimony. So since third grade, bro, my whole like young adulthood life, bro, I went about it not knowing how to multiply basic timetable, bro. So if you would have told me what's 7 times 7 or 8 times 9, I would have been hold on, give me a minute. And whatever like recently snapped out my brain, and I was like, bro, you're not a dummy. You know what I'm saying? You learned a whole lot of other shit. You learned everything about sports and all, and you knew who this player was and that player was. So it's not a memory issue. It was just a choice issue. So I did the counters. I broke that spell. Now you could ask me anything basic from between the 9 or even sometimes a little bit higher, and I could do mental math now, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm extremely proud of myself. Somebody else be like, "What? You just learned how to multiply?" I don't even care. I don't even care what that other person says because they don't know the path that I came from.
Yeah. Yeah, so that definitely, that's a great accomplishment. Appreciate, saying, hearing stories like that, bro, because it's like you have to overcome our those hurdles. Getting tongue twisted over here.
Yeah,
Those hurdles with that those limitations that we impose on ourselves or that society has
yeah,
imposed on us. And it just that's a triumph. It's a personal triumph.
yeah. That's why I like anybody. And you know how I now when I listen, because I that's another skill, right? Listening is an art. You know what I mean? It's a skill. You know, um, Oh, that I guess that's one thing that I did like about that show. You know what I mean? About the dude that dude kept telling the dude that kept talking like, bro, listening is an art, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Like,
yeah, yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I guess that is something. Cause see, to me, bro, Like when I watch a movie or read a book, bro, just that gem, just a bar, bro, that can help me. But that it's something good for me. You know what I mean? Like maybe the rest was all BS or you know what I mean, all doctrine or whatever. But if I got that bar out of it, then it was something worth. You know what I mean? And that dude said, you know what I mean, listening is an art. And he didn't say a skill, but you know, that I've been using that, but I'm just using that as an example. So now I hear people in general public, like everybody say, like, "Oh, I hate math," or I never like math," or "Math is so difficult," and I have I could relate to them now. You know what I mean? And I try to be that person, be like, you know what, you shouldn't say that. You know what I mean? Because I was once like that. You know what I mean?
Right. No, definitely something though. I'm saying to encourage others when you see that, you know.
I was scared of basic math, bro. Like I couldn't add, and now like I print like certain math things, just helping my out, bro. And it's still like basic. Like somebody else be like, hear this and be like, man, this ain't the right channel for me. You know what I'm saying? If a guy is on a channel talking about he's a luminary and he's talking about he just learned how to multiply, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
you know, but somebody else may be like, wow, this is exactly what I needed to hear. You know what I
exactly.
mean? To break a spell. Because that's what we should be about, bro. Breaking spells. Like, and I know that's what you about, because I know you get heated when I hear you, you know what I'm saying? Especially talk about the Europeans and stuff like that. You know what I mean? You
No,
know,
yeah, definitely. It's a trip, but when you get just passionate about something, you know, it's the.
yeah,
I know that they were brought up to mind one of this young brother, you know what I'm saying? El vato, he was African American, but he was young. He was, I don't know at that time how old I might have been, like in the mid 20s or something. He was probably like in the early or in his late teens, something like that. But while we were in the cell chilling, and then he comes in and he starts like, well, no, I don't know what was the conversation, but I don't know where he just came up. I'm like, what? Like, man, bro, I forget how he said it or verbatim or none of that, but he geeked himself up. Like, I could get crunk with it. You know what I'm saying? Because look, I mean, not nobody can fuck with, you know what I'm saying, with the US, man. You know what I'm saying? We got the best, you know what I'm saying, democratic and political. He's trying to push all the stuff that made them, you know, where it brought them to that power that they are now. He's like, there's
yeah.
nobody. And then I was like, I was just stuck at like, oh, I don't remember what the conversation that he overheard or what my celly must have told him or something, but he triggered something in him that he just started throwing up off all the, you know what I'm saying, positive, you know what I'm saying, well, many of the victims, you know, saying negatives, he flipped them to a positive to show that maybe those are the ways that we should be to be able to get cutthroat to be able to get to that position, you know. And I'm like,
Yeah.
damn, he just flipped it all around, you know what I'm saying? But he did it in such a fashion that I was just kind of like just stuck, just looked at him like just thought, you know, man, this little brother right there just went, you know, a little tantrum, but you know, with all the high points, you know, he hit him right. I didn't say nothing against it, you know, but it's like, damn. It's like you could flip it, you know what I'm saying, make it your own and do what you want. So that's why you got to be up on those psychological games, because basically what that dude was saying is like, you're listening to an art. He was pretty much telling dude, you stupid, you're not listening, man. You're not understanding what I'm saying. So no, those are the, you know, like debaters, they got those little strategies and tactics, and they got a lot of chunk change, you know, like chunk change in their pocket. They'll throw it
Yeah.
out many times, you know what I'm saying, just to throw you off and attack you, you know, indirectly. Because that's why he threw him off. Because I've seen this guy talk before. I've heard him debate before, but he sounded so timid and kind of like weak. I like, man, I like you. Is that like that's your tactic? Is like, you know, you're gonna play like one of those kung fu moves, like you got the drunken, you know what I'm saying, kung fu moves. You act like a fool, you know, but you just gonna come out of nowhere. But he, you know, and just come out with some real, you know, moves or something. But because he
I
threw
mean,
me.
he sounded foolish from the gate, bro, because he said, like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he said something about big dogs, you know what I mean? And the other guy's like, who's these big dogs? And then he mentioned the names. I don't know who these cats was, but he was like, what? Those are big dogs to you? And you know what I mean? That's just like anybody, you know what I'm saying? Even in fighting or boxing, yeah, like, what? You call, come on, bro. Like, bro, just he should have just called and said his point from the gate, but he was playing, you know what I mean? He was playing too much. He didn't get to the point. Like, you know what, I came and this is what boop boop do do do. But he started talking about this and that, and then it was just all bad, bro.
Yeah, but I think he's been on that. He's been on that game for a while, bro. I think he was there before. Saying this other cat was. At least more publicly, because with the One West, they were They had a hierarchy, and he didn't come into play till like towards the end. That's why he's the one still repping them. Saying or that camp, but that other Judah, he's from Japan, bro. I don't know how he started, but he's got quite a few years already into this.
I mean, I already know, bro. I already know that's like when you when you reach a certain YouTube genre where you start watching one video, then you watch another video, then you watch another video, then you're like 100 videos in. I already know that's like, you know what I mean. That's like when them freestyle battles, like, oh, you watch one freestyle and you like it, and then you watch another one, and then you're watching, and then you don't watch 10 videos of one rapper going against another rapper. Then you got like, and then at the end of the day, bro, like, oh, it's not fruitful. And then the one guy, Smack, the one who's running that whole thing, he's making money, and then the YouTube videos are making money, the freestyle, and then everyone's getting played for a fool, bro. Go ahead.
No, yeah, it's just it comes to the point where everybody's getting something, but the ones that are really, because yeah, it's like that one cat, saying there was some of those like those from Cali, they know that you got them. It trips me out how they put all their business out there. You got them clicks, the norteños and sureños, and then you got them dropouts. I kind of threw me off when I found out that one of those videos, and I was like, what the hell? They got all that stuff out there. And then I started watching all of them, and I started seeing who pretty much I got the layout of the whole shebang on the YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So I know all of the ones. And the thing is, what trips me out is that on one of them, he's like, he's like, one of them got locked up, and so he's like, man, this guy here, I helped him build his channel, and he never looked out to hit me for commissary or none of that, So everybody's coming up, but they're usually the ones that are, and it throws me off that, when you look at the genre, you start seeing who all the players are, you know what I'm saying? And everybody, it's like, it reminds me of a cat over here, right? On a personal one, is that he liked, I don't know, out of the blues, he calls me up and he starts telling me, hey, bro, saying I need some toys, and I'm like, cool. It's like, what you need, it's like, not like I got it, but I could, get it for him and probably get a little something off of it. So anyway, he said, I got this cat that got a deep wallet, bro, and he wants to get all day that are available. Like, well, all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? You got to check out for wires or popo or what, man. Like, nah, but okay, I told him, okay, you know what? He went and picked up two of them, you know what I'm saying? So he went with them and everything, and then they got it, I got me a little something off of it, and then all of a sudden he did it again. So, and then he calls me, hey, bro, but why don't you hit me up and tell me ahead of time, like, what's going to be the prices, so I could, like, you're not getting, man, but that's the main fun, like, you're doing it, you're supposed to, impose your little, levy on it, you know what I mean? It's like, if you're not doing that, like, it's like, I assume you know what you was doing. So I like, but whenever I give you a number, you got to work off of that and do your own thing. You know what I mean? With them people. And like, man, but yeah, but it's because he's always here. I'm like, man, bro, it's like, you got me, it's like, you got to know what you're doing, bro. Y pues allí what's his name? This guy here is jumping in the game again because they charge for those lessons, for the views. Yeah. They do it on a private channel and you got to buy tickets and all that. Throws me off, what I'm saying? Because it's just, they literally just hustle, saying that so-called truth,
I mean, speaking of those gangbanger videos, man, or just gang life type videos, but I had a partner that long time ago, he sent me a few videos, you know what I mean? And I clicked on them and watched them. And then after that, bro, my whole algorithm, YouTube was just fucked up because a whole bunch of these videos would start popping up. And you know what I mean? Sometimes they were, it got interesting because, you want to hear about their lifestyle and this and that. But then after a while, you know what I mean? I just got into, like, sick of myself, depressed. Like, what the fuck am I doing? You know what I mean? Like these they're promoting this lifestyle and it ain't even something that we should be like into no more. So like I had to clean my algorithm, you know what I mean? I had to put not interested, and these videos get a lot of views, bro. like, you know what I mean, just talking about street life and gang stuff and the culture and why this gang was fighting with that gang and the origin of this gang, and they've been beefing since the 60s and 70s. And I was like, oh fuck, man, like, and a lot of people are stuck in that realm, bro.
What trips me out is that all of the every single one of them may act like I'm not trying to promote this, but then you bring in all that information out.
Right.
Say information that is live, that it can affect people now in and outside of prison. And it throws me out. It's like you talk about them so-called dropouts, and then saying they're bringing out business out there, like you're doing the same thing. Like what makes you're on the same. Everybody's just trying to make money off that YouTube, bro. So
Right,
it's
they
like,
all trying to get a lane, and it's true. Like, something that's how I know that this realm is hell, right? In languages, bro, that it's the easiest words to learn in any language are the bad words.
yeah, the evil part, the one that
Why is that, bro? Why is that phenomenon exist in this realm? That any language that you try to learn and you learn, what I'm saying, the bad words, they're just easy. But if you teach, like, okay, I'm gonna teach you success. Oh no, those are difficult words. Those are, what I mean, success, love, compassion. Oh, those are difficult words.
it's like try to, saying if you're gonna try to do something, man, if you're gonna use your testimonies or try to use something, saying with your experiences in life to be able to help somebody in similar situations, make it so, saying where you're gonna have that positive, saying approach and presentation and even follow up, saying, because there may be people out there that may really need just to talk to you on the side, saying for some guidance, you know what I mean? But it's like try to make it, saying with something worth, saying if you're trying to do the opposite of what you did in your past life, then saying meaning still within this life that you're living in, but saying it's just when you flip the script, man, do it, saying. But
Some people, that's all they know, bro. Like we talked about before, like the athlete, you know what I mean? They've been an athlete their whole life. That's all they know. And they're scared, you know what I mean? Because not doing that's all you were good at, bro. That's the
yeah,
only thing you were good at. That's the only thing you knew. For somebody, for some people, all they knew was bang bang John Wayne type thing,
that's all they
That's
got to
all.
offer.
Yeah, like they studied everything about the color or the numbers or whatever it was, and that's all they know. So but I've been there, bro. Like, what I mean, that's why I'm not scared to start from scratch. I'm not in no rush to do this or do that. You know what I mean? Like if it's God's will, it's God's will, bro. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like if it's God's will, it's gonna happen. And another thing too, like whatever you focus on, bro, whatever you pay attention to, you attract. You know what I mean? So I'm conscious more on the things that I want to learn about, like what we talked about, the numbers and the calendars and the stars. You know what I mean? I want to not become, I want to recome. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? I don't want to become. I want to recome, because I believe, like what you believe, that we knew these things before. It's already in us. We just need to, kind of like what I told you earlier, bro. Like, I know that the people, because even with the word priest, right? Remember I told you about the Bible. Like, people use the word priest like a modern day term. Like how we imagined a Catholic priest. But bro, back in the days, priests were lawyers and mathematicians, bro, and magicians. They weren't these modern day priests like we think of them now. They were a whole nother different type of priest, bro. So I want to learn about the elements. You know what I mean? I want to become a scientist. Learn about all the elements, the chemistry, the stars, the numbers. And I don't want to learn all that just to you know what I mean, to become something. I just feel joy in learning what I didn't know before. And also part of that is destroying the old me, the
yeah.
one that knew everything about rims and cars and shoes and Jordan 1s and Jordan 4s and Jordan 20s, and you know what I mean?
I hear you, definitely. And see what happened with Vlad. He's been missing in action twice. No, it's like, man, third strike is the one, bro. You know, start getting
You know,
you know,
but he's active on the Discord. You seen him the last few days, man.
oh
You
no,
know what I mean?
yeah,
He's active. You know what I mean? It's just the different. It's the time zones, bro. You know what I mean? He's in traffic. You know what I mean? I hope you know what I mean. He's in the right place at the right time. You know what I mean? You don't know. He might be in and out of casinos or brothels. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Because you know that trucker life is you know what I mean? It's another wormhole. You know what I mean?
man, yeah, that's you got to. I guess it's like I don't know. I forget what's that phrase that they use, bro. It's like not everybody's built this. I mean, you're in the right place. You're doing what you're supposed to. That's why you're doing it.
Yeah. I mean,
Because
but I got a lot of faith in the brother, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I just hope the best. Everything clicks for not just for him, but for us. You know what I mean? Because I do believe in the movement that we got going. You know what I mean? I'm a believer. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like, and I think you're kind of like in the same boat that we're still far off. You know what I mean? We still got a lot to go. You know what I mean? You
yeah,
know.
it definitely it's takes time.
But I believe in the brother, you know what I'm saying, and hopefully, you know what I mean, it cracks for him with that movement with Mitch he's doing, and I hope that's a stepping stone for other things because it is the process. Each one of us got to do what we need to do or whatever the calling is, you know what I mean, because we're not all in the same position to do everything. Just like you with the Linux, I can't do the Linux thing right now. You know what I mean? I'm on the Windows. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I'm on the give me the number 4. You know what I mean? Combo.
I can't remember what year that was, but I think it might have been somewhere in 2008 or nine or something. I had my nephew go over, right? So he was staying with me, but
Yeah.
I'm not used to having like what I'm saying be responsible for nobody. But
Right.
but anyway, we were I live downtown and everything, so we were always on and about, take eating here or going there. But he's like, hey, hold him up, because I like what. Like, just give me a minute. It's like, what you gonna buy something? We could get, like, nah. So he went into his little store, or what I thought it was a store on the corner of an avenue, and then he started taking long. And I go up inside, I'm like, man, what the hell are you doing? There's nothing but computers in there, right? And he's sitting down, and he's like, I'm like, what you want? He's like, this is Facebook, or MSN or I don't know. I think it was Facebook, but it's like, what the hell is that? It's like something, kicking it with a female from the city in the states. And I'm like, what is that? And I'm like, oh yeah, I was just sending her a message. I'm like, but to me, I was like, what kind of little radio, walkie-talkie is this? You know what I mean? Because I was in up on all that Facebook and all that, and
Yeah.
so it's a process of learning, as you say, And then
Yeah.
once I moved out to downtown, got me a nice joint going close to my Queens area. It's that I got the whole lowdown. It's like, okay, if I'm gonna set up shop, because I told her, like, I ain't with all this, you get your feet, like, we're not dibbling and dabbling, you know what I'm saying? If you're gonna get it, you just do it right. So I got me a nice little house over here, you know what I'm saying? And then I've got put furniture and everything. But anyway, I got a computer there, a little library sort of, and then so I started getting on these little, networks, and then that's
Yeah.
where I started meeting brothers from, and the Echo, the first brothers I met were from, he was from Nicaragua, saying he was from the Shy, and we were from around the same way. So I
Yeah.
started meeting brothers. I'm like, man, what the hell? And I was been out here all this time, and I never got in tune with that.
Right.
So it's like the mind, just like a sponge. You just start, saying, just absorbing everything, and they don't, saying it don't really take much. You just take the effort, saying the time, and you can learn, saying to progress.
That's why it's important that we be around positive examples, that be on some positive thing because the sponge, it attracts good and bad. You know what I mean?
Oh
And
yeah,
back in the day, all I wanted was the bad things. You know what I mean? Because it was just a masculine thing, a young thing. It was the era too. Everyone was fucking up. You know what I mean? Everyone was violent and on type of on this on that. So it wasn't necessarily my fault. I don't have this victim mentality like, oh, poor me. No, bro. Everybody around that time was fucking up. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like everyone was part of something. You know what I mean? So I'm just glad that I survived it, and then that I'm putting in the work to hopefully one day put a leave a positive influence or a mark, you know, or try to repay, the bad that one has already done. You know what I mean?
Oh, that definitely, that's the goal. Is redemption.
Yeah. You know, I I could close out with either the redemption song, or computer love. You know what I'm saying? Because we were talking about the computers. You know what I'm saying? But because of YouTube policy, you know what I mean. We can't close out with neither. But everything that was brought up, you know what I'm saying, you know, we're using it for educational purposes, to dialogue and discuss. We're not trying to appropriate nobody else's work. Actually, we're trying to, put our own work. So that's why, keep working on your projects, Mesh. You know what I'm saying? I hope it reaches a lot of people, or all the people that it needs to reach. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think
likewise.
I think it's gonna crack for a lot of people, because they're looking for that. Just like you said, that area is it's with trending. You know what I'm saying? For lack of better word, it's trending. There's movement. There's action. You know what I mean? So keep working on it, and hopefully we could talk about the calendars more, because I'm gonna keep looking at it through my lens. You know.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure. That's we're all on Discord. I don't know if you got that on there, so on your page, but so if we get more brothers on there, we can definitely all gonna be there to cross fertilize and learn from one another.
Right. Yeah. Keep what I'm saying, keep connecting, so maybe later on, like you said, like we said, maybe it's God's will, He got something better planned for us. But for now, let's just keep on, laying the bricks, brick by brick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna just bounce and so, as always, este, era un placer, and
Yeah,
hope we get some other brothers on the Discord get on here as well. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure they got a lot to contribute.
definitely. I appreciate you, bro. Love you. Until next time, man.
Ya está, carnal.
Yeah, everybody else, we're gonna win this race at a turtle's pace. Remember, before we can fight the power, you must first gain the power to fight. I mean, everything else, that rah, that's just basic emotional. You know what I mean? We need to be strategic. We need to, what I mean, have game plans. We need to have structure. We need to have discipline. After we have all that, then everything else is just gonna fall into place. Believe that.
Now, it's because, let me tell you, if you are not a conspiracy theorist by now, it's because
You are not intelligent.
They wasn't ready for this back then. They probably not ready for it now. Those that sleep forever gonna be sleep. Those that woke, woke.
Yo soy la reencarnación de Tupac Amaru.
Wait, what?
De Tupac Amaru.
Tupac.
Yo soy la reencarnación de Tupac Amaru.
That's lit.
De Tupac Amaru.
Gang.
Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun. Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun.
They sold us the illusion of democracy and freedom. Now they worry that my music has the power of healing. Unleashing all the demons fed through TV and through lies. They rule by secrecy. Why do you think justice blind?
Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun. Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun.
They sold us the illusion of democracy and freedom. Now they worry that my music has the power of healing. Unleashing all the demons fed through TV and through lies. They rule by secrecy. Why do you think justice blind?
Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun. Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun.
Soy la reencarnación
been patiently waiting, miseducated, anxiously aching for a blue eye to say it, but I'ma do you a favor. Unlearn what you've learned. The proof is on fire. Let that motherfucker burn. Babylon's on fire. The devil's a liar. They know that they time's up. So rise up and rise up.
Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun. Each one takes time to succeed. This one is dedicated for the children of the sun.
They sold us the illusion of democracy and freedom. Now they worry that my music has the power of healing. Unleashing all the demons, fed through TV and through lies. They rule by secrecy, why do you think justice blind? They sold us the illusion of democracy and freedom. Now they worry that my music has the power of healing. Unleashing all the demons, fed through TV and through lies. They rule by secrecy, why do you think justice blind?